Carmela Soprano from like Tony Sopranos. Who's Carmela?
Carmelo Anthony that is been indicted for murder. I don't know who she's talking about.
Yeah, Carmelo Anthony.
I'm waiting for the names of these people that were embezzling. Let's get some people behind jail.
I got the name.
Well, what I can say is the person who was a part of the campaign, they did file, but what they told me was how this works once the election's over, no one cares.
Who is it? Give us a name.
I'm here in the state of Virginia. Okay, I'm here in the state of Virginia. So it's everywhere.
Just give us a name. We'll report them to the police right now.
Again, this was already reported, and like I said, I was told once the election is over, no one cares.
So who is it? Tell us who it is.
She doesn't want to tell us, but Tamara,
bullshit.
Tamara, so I'm kind of confused because you said that the candidate for school board was endorsed by the Democratic Party, and that's the candidate that everybody was supposed to be supporting. But with the people that you were with campaigning for the Democratic Party, they wanted the other person to win. And are you saying they started to divert gift cards that pay canvassers?
They diverted. You're 100% correct, Doctor. They diverted the entire election when it came to this person that was endorsed. And again, I'm a person that really didn't know much, but I was explained that if this person was endorsed, this person was supposed to have been on the ticket when we went out and canvassed. Do you know when I got his area for canvassing? This is how manipulating they were. They had us out canvassing the day of the election. The morning of the election, we were out canvassing instead of working. This is how much. Again, guys. Well, for me, it was we didn't get his package until that day. So I had worked the whole month on the election, and we didn't get his area until the day of the presidential election.
Now, had you been canvassing before?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I had already been canvassing, and we had asked, because of course, just so happened this was from both ways. I was working for that campaign, but then I also had the opportunity to canvass. So when I got the opportunity to canvass, of course, the campaign I'm working for is going to ask me to ask for the packet for him, who was endorsed.
So was the other candidate a Democrat as well, or
not? She was. You know what? She was a Democrat, but she wasn't endorsed. Like right now, guys, I have an opportunity to work with someone that's running for the House of Delegates here in Virginia, right? And she's doing independent. And she's recently got a call from the Democratic Party, almost threatening her.
So the person that was endorsed didn't win. Someone else won. But so they were on the ballot as well?
May I for a second? So one of the things that happens...
Hold on a minute. Hold on, sir. Please.
I'm trying to help you with the answer to the question.
Okay, but just hold on a minute. You know what? Go ahead. Y'all so damn rude. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how he can answer a question of something I do.
Go ahead. Help me. It's systemic. But go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing that I think would be helpful is that in every democratic institution that I know of across the country, there's an endorsement process. And if you win the endorsement, it's different, like what you need to do to win the endorsement. The local Democratic Party and all of its clubs, all the county committee, the state, any money that's flowing from any Democratic Party institution has to go to the endorsed candidate. And all the time, unfortunately, not all the time, very regularly, there are state parties and local parties that are violating these rules. I can tell you in my state, when Dave Jones ran against Angelique Ashby, Dave Jones won the endorsement, but the state party wasn't giving him the support he was supposed to be getting, and behind the scenes, they were giving support to Angelique Ashby. And that's not how it's supposed to work.
You did break it down exactly what exactly happened. So, and thank you for doing that. Because that, and for me, I'm just a business person. I'm looking at what you say you're supposed to do and what the rules are. So, if a party is saying these are the rules, this is what we're supposed to do. Imagine a person like me, this business owner that's coming into this. I'm fairly new. I help people with other positions, mayor, vice mayor, because I'm a promoter. So they come get me all the time. But I learned that I cannot support everybody, because when I need to make a phone call and need something done for the children, because I'm a founder of a nonprofit organization as well, I can't call them. Because after you put them in place, they don't care anymore. So for me now, it's about, if I'm going to promote or bridge or help anyone get into a seat, it's going to be someone that I know that I can at least contact later on, that I need some help, I have questions and things like that. But I have to be honest, guys. I have been watching the Democratic Party, and I had an opportunity to work with the Democratic Party this year for this election, or last year. And that was enough for me to say that I can't support that party.
You mean you can't work for them again?
No, I can't support them again. I don't even know who I'm going to vote for.
Why is that? So you can't support them because you don't like their policies for what?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
I'm gonna tell you why I can't support them. And having an opportunity to work the election just put the nail in the coffin for me, right? We have Bob Scott represents us here in Virginia, and he's been in place a long time. You know, he's Democrat, and there's a lot of things that's just not right here with our children, the city of Newport News, just schools, just a lot of things that are not right. I'm not saying Bobby Scott has not fought for a lot of things and got things done, but he's older now. It's time for some new, fresh ideas. And
would the Gestapo be a good, fresh idea? Would a Gestapo be that?
And the gatekeeping that the elders do and sit in position and do not let new young people who make it come in and make changes is something that I've had enough of. And working the election showed me how they're able to keep these people in place. Like Tina Vick here sits on our city council, another Democrat. Now how long she been sitting there because nobody want to run against her because she's Michael Vick's son. It's just like simple things for me, guys.
Is Medicaid something that you want taken away? Like, would that be a new
No, Medicaid is not something I want taken away. But guess what? Everything, like I just had to fight for someone's Medicaid that's on oxygen that came out from hospital that nobody was helping. So just like you can say that, but it's a lot of things that are not happening properly. And that's all I'm saying about that. No, I don't want Medicaid to go away. But it is things that could change. And you have a lot of elders and a lot of women who are already falling through the cracks even without this happening. because I do that type of work. That's how I know. Just like working in the park. So I don't do a lot of talking about things that I don't actually live and do. So when I decided, because I already had it on my mind, and I'm like, what party am I going to be for? Because I don't like a lot of the things I'm seeing.
So, Aaron, can I ask you a question? Since you understand,
Talking to me.
you gave the background or how that works. Is it is it embezzlement happening?
I mean, I'm going to use that word. I mean, I'm not going to like co-sign everything that I just heard. There's a bunch of things I disagree with, and I don't think embezzlement is the right word. Like
So can
that's a
you
specific
explain what
crime.
is happening? Because I did it.
Yeah. So the thing that's wrong is, so you got, like, imagine you're, like, there's a sporting event, right? And like you win if you have the most points, and then you win the game. You're supposed to advance in the tournament. But then someone's like, actually, you had 13 people on your team, and it should have been 14. And we didn't say anything before the game, but now we're going to, like, disqualify you. And, like, you're not going to get what you deserve by winning the game. That's kind of what's happening here, right? So if you're, at least there's one piece of it, which I understand and I'm sympathetic to, okay? Which is, if I win the endorsement, so in California, I can tell you exactly how it works. So there's delegates, the delegates vote. It's a little more complicated than this, but I'm going to make it a little bit simpler because it's just sort of silly, like how ridiculous, like how deep the rules go. So if I'm running for Congress, let's say I'm in California's 12th district, and I get a 60% majority of all the delegates in my congressional district, then I win the endorsement. And every California Democrat in their official capacity then has to support me. If they make a speech in public, it has to be supporting me. If they spend money, it has to be supporting me. That's the rules of the game. What sometimes happens is that Democratic Party officials break their own rules and they don't support the candidate. And this is a huge problem because one of the most important things they're supposed to do is give you data, and that data is worth a lot of money. They're supposed to have their clubs go out and knock on doors and make phone calls for you, and, you know, all that. And they're also not, they're very, like, specifically forbidden from working for the other candidates in the primary. So if there's 5 Democrats in my district, the only one any Democratic Party club or institution is allowed to support is me. So that's what I'm hearing is the problem that this woman faced in her particular race was they were, or I don't know if the candidate was a man or a woman, but that the candidate faced was that they won the endorsement, but they didn't actually get, like, what they were supposed to get for that endorsement. And this happens too much.
So
It's
the
not a lot, but
other
it's too much.
side with the embezzlement, let me tell y'all that part. The embezzlement part I seen was a person could come there and say, I have 5 other people in my party with me doing that, coming out with canvassing with me, right? And the 5 people don't have to be there. She gave the 5 packets to the lady. And you come back with your packets and you get the gift cards for each packet. That's exactly how it went. So what do you call that? She didn't have the 5 people with her. She got 5 packets to canvass, 5 different areas. Came back with your packets, checked off, because you had to check off whether the person was there, or you knocked on the door, did you talk to them?
Like, seriously.
You had to knock on the door. You say, did you talk to them? Did you not talk to them? Are they going to vote? Are they not going to vote? This is what we had to do. You get 5 packets. And I'm talking about, you got 200 people. You get 200 people per packet. Almost. You going in whole apartment complexes doing this.
So Tamara, it sounds like
That's called people finessing the system. They ain't got nothing to do with the party.
Yeah.
They ain't got to do that.
We're union
It was like two things. I think she saw things on two different levels. One,
Me too. That's what I got out of it too. Sorry, Doc.
yeah. No problem. Like what Aaron described, in terms of like a state election, you are supposed to support the endorsed candidate. And it sounds like they didn't want to support the endorsed candidate, so she witnessed. Technically, I don't know. Is that like illegal activity or just unethical activity? I don't know how to describe it.
It's illegal.
It's just unethical.
It's illegal.
It is not illegal. It's just against the rules of a private club. That's all the Democratic Party is ultimately.
Now, and then if, for example, if what she's saying is correct, that like, they were paying canvassers to not put out the person's information.
In canvassers, right? But a person can come up and say, I have 5 other people that's going to be with me today.
Right.
5 people don't have to be there.
Well, I got that. Too.
Those are people finessing the system for some money. That is normal shit. Well,
Yeah.
most people that do that, but
those aren't the same things. Yeah, those aren't the same things. Like one is the first thing you're talking about is like a legitimate criticism of the inner workings of some people in the Democratic Party who aren't following the rules. The other one is, like what Brooklyn said, people finessing the system just to get more money, out of campaigning. Even in my city, there were people that were saying they were campaigning in certain neighborhoods, but they weren't really doing that. You know what I mean? And so that, like, you would think that they're going door to door, but they're not necessarily doing that. I guess like there's a level of fraud, fraudulent behavior, that some people engage in, but that's not like, I think for for what you're talking about, Tamara, you have to ask yourself, are you sure you want to switch parties? Or do you want to be the whistleblower? You know what I mean? Do you want to be the corrective person? Do you want to like find somebody to actually run? Do you want to be in charge of the state party? There's a number of different things. I do feel bad because it does sound like you're somebody that, sort of an innocent person that was looped in, and then you get to see like fraud, and now you're like disaffected.
Well, Doctor, I already had, from what I explained to you, I already kind of had, some
misgivings.
Just regard on the elders just sitting in the seats. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I go to city council meetings and I go to school board meetings and all that stuff. So, I'm seeing how my age range of people, I'm 50, late 30s to 40s, they're not even voting or even taking part in any of this stuff, right? So, it's like we're stuck with whatever, whoever's in place, we're pretty much stuck with.
That's great.
And a part of doing these different things is what it's your civic duty. So I do these things because it's what I'm supposed to do as a community leader. But what I realized is I can't do that for everybody. That's one of the things I share with you all. And they're getting in these seats and they're doing their personal agenda. And one of the things I'm going to share, and people probably don't like because I say this and people don't like it when I say it, but Donald Trump made a statement and he said that, we built this country. We did it. But the people that are in the seats are not doing what's supposed to be done for the people. And if I'm going to stand for a party or something,
including Donald Trump. Go ahead.
Including him too. But Again, I'm 50, sweetie, and I've been following this a while with the Democrats and the people. I'm out here helping the children and all types of stuff.
Miss, can you explain to me what kind of argument you're making right now? Like,
I'm not arguing.
I'm not
arguing. I'm communicating.
What exactly are you saying? It's giving you was a campaigner for the Democrats.
Brooklyn, 1 second. Tamara, she's asking, what is your main point?
Yeah, what's the
What
point?
is your main? Yeah, what is it specifically you're concretely saying with everything that you boiled up into? What boiled it up
Well,
into one?
my main point was I was addressing Doctor when she was kind of like somewhat minimizing what I've seen, and no, I'm not going to let what I've seen be minimized.
She's not minimizing it, but I am.
I'm not.
Because that shit is crazy. Actually, Dr. Guidance is being nice. I just don't understand what you're saying at all. It's given that you're trying to, that you're promoting, or you're saying that Donald Trump is doing something good, while saying that you was a canvasser for the Democrats. You've seen some crooked work. It's like you don't seem like you're deep into politics enough to even have this. What are you even saying to me? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And don't try to throw Dr. Guidance under the bus. Thank you.
Your question up here is, are Democrats out of touch? So, for me, I think that I'm communicating correctly for what your title is. I'm just a person who came here and wanted to share my testimony on what I experienced.
Based on your argument, you seem out of touch too. I'm just saying, it don't seem like you know what you're talking about, to be honest with you.
I'm very in touch.
But you're not.
How many city council meetings and school board meetings?
It don't even make sense what you're saying. That's how out of touch you
I'm
are.
going to ask you one more time. How many city council meetings and school board meetings do you go to for your community? I'm going to close my mic there.
So Tamara, my only issue with what yours, because I believe that you had that experience on campaigning, and I am sorry about that. But that's not like the standard practice across the country. It's just not. I mean, I've seen it happen, I've heard it happen, but it's just not. I mean, even Aaron, told us a story about what happened in his a state election, in a totally different state. So we know it happens, but that is no reason to. So it sounds to me like, and I hate to give you this challenge, but because you're so involved, it sounds like you need to step up your game. It sounds like you all who are upset about the local representation, you need to put up a different candidate. Like, it sounds like you feel a little defeated, like you can't make a change, and I disagree, with this idea that like everything has to stay the same. If you feel like your local representative is older and out of touch, then put up a new candidate or run yourself. Period. That's what has to happen, and that you can win. Like, local elections are not hard to win. They just take
really?
people dedicated and want
Not
to
hard to
it.
win a local
But I guess the
election.
other question, because we've been in here and we have been criticizing the Democratic Party. This is true. So it's not like we think, Democrats are perfect, everything is okay, but at the same time, you need to do a gut check on your values and like what you want to represent, because that's part of the reason why somebody asked you, do you care about Medicaid and stuff like that, because we're at war.
Why the
Like,
scale
we're
isn't
literally at war.
happening
So you
for
got to
them?
decide, like, okay, do you still want to be a Democrat, first of all? And second of all, is there another way that you could operate in the party outside of the fraud? And I'm just going to say, like, this fraud that you witnessed. Because that's just not standard. And if you want new candidates, you can get new candidates. I mean, Michael Vick's on. I get it. I'm sure that the celebrity aspect of it plays a role locally. I'm sure that, because he's whether, he was in sports. I've seen that. And it does have an undue influence on people. But that doesn't mean that you can't win. Like, if you want her out.
Let me address what you said. I don't have to run for any type of seat because that's not what I was put here to do. So I help promote and put people in the seat that can help the people. So that's just not for me. But but I can't have my own opinion. I can't look at the things that I've seen as a person and form my own opinion. I do have that right. So, at no point in time, I only brought up Donald Trump to say that he said we built the country. So, but from there, I don't know.
And we've been saying that we didn't need you to bring up Donald Trump saying that shit.
Can she clarify that? Because I'm not understanding what she's talking about. Y'all understand what she's talking about?
No. She thought
Okay,
Donald
so
Trump
can you
meant
guys,
that.
when you guys hear this shit, why don't you stop? Because I'm sitting here going, I got like 40 people on stage.
She said she's not a Trump supporter. She only brought it up to say that one thing about Trump. That's what she said.
Wait, she only brought it up because of what now, Haitian?
At one point she
I didn't hear.
What if she said about Trump?
But she said, Donald Trump said, we built this country. I want to know who you think we meant. Because I can tell you what Donald Trump meant, and he meant fucking white people. That's what he meant.
But that's what I said. This whole submission is built off of misinformation from the get-go. It's like, I don't even care to hear none of it, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, the corruption is real, but I think most people want to know, how do you go from, yes, there is corruption within the party, just like, by the way, there's corruption in the Republican Party. How do you go from that to throwing away all your values to go to the other party, assuming you are going to go to the other party and not some other third party, which is totally legit?
Did you ask her, Tamara? You plan on going to the other side?
That's what I was going to say. No one asked me this. Everybody just assumed it.
Yeah, I had questions. That's what I do.
I'm sitting here every day listening to all of you all responses to me. And again, I'm a big person with communication. No one asked me.
Well,
Y'all just assume yourself.
I'm asking
No, but
you.
I'm not, that's why I'm asking you, are you going to MAGA or a third party because of this specific instance, which, by the way, is corruption, and I agree with your story, and I believe that it happened, and it's fucking bullshit. So your next move, is it to MAGA or a third party that supports both your politics, but also something that is a little more ethical in terms of their practices?
So, earlier, I communicated with you all that I have a colleague that is running for the House of Delegates. And she's running independent. And she recently got a call from the Democrat Party, almost threatening her.
Wow.
So at this point, that's what, again, I can't do anything but be a person who goes by what I'm seeing and what I'm involved with. That's all I can do. So,
Chuck, what do you mean that's part of the, Chuck said that's part of the course. What do you mean, Chuck?
Like,
I'm reading the chat. Hey, Chad.
Hey.
Welcome.
no, the threats, and while you're campaigning,
That happens. That's why they have security. You get threatened when you're running for office, or even a campaign manager or a chief of staff. You get threatened. That's what I mean. It's part of the course.
Is that unique to one party?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Thank you.
And Tamara, I had said that I'm assuming that you're not alone. So if people agree with you, it doesn't take that many people to suggest that somebody else run against the people that you want to replace. I mean, I just said you should. I said you could be the candidate, but that's okay. You don't have to be. But I also said put somebody else up to run against whoever you don't like. Michael Vick's on it. She can be defeated.
For me, it's not more so not necessarily personally liking the person. It's just about what they produce for the people. For me, it's not a personal thing. She didn't have anybody run against her.
There you go.
If you all heard me say that, no one's running against her because she's a bigot.
It doesn't. If you don't run against her, not you. If she doesn't have an opponent, right, she will surely get the office. If she has an opponent,
that was all my statement.
Okay, so Tamara, I'm a little frustrated because you have like 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and you sound like you're passionate enough to have both feet in.
No,
so
that's what's in with what I'm seeing. I wasn't saying being in cahoots with the people who are engaged in fraudulent activities. I'm talking about if you live there, if you don't like your representative, if you don't like Michael Vick's on, and other people like it. So one thing that you could do that's real basic. I don't know if you want to out yourself, I guess, but so have somebody put up a poll or put up a Facebook post and say, I'm really tired of our local representation. I really want to change on city council. Who's with me? Like just something basic like that so that you're not just out there by yourself. And then you'll see whether or not the people believe that they're being adequately represented or not. And if enough people believe that they're not being adequately represented, then a candidate needs to come and challenge her. If there's no candidate, she will surely be reelected into the same position. That's how democracy works. I'm not so focused so much on her. That's not, not necessarily my focus. As I said, I have someone running for the House of Delegates, and she's running independent, and she's running because of the lack of integrity, the clickiness, all of what we're doing here, in the city and in the news. It's just a big thing. We just had someone running for treasurer, right? And the person didn't even have the qualification to even qualify for this position. But he said he didn't have to. You know why? Because he was popular. See, we vote off popularity around here.
Everyone does.
We're not. Yeah, I know. We're not voting for the right for the issue. So a lot of the people here that are popular are Democrats. So, like I said, guys, it's just a lot of things that I've witnessed over the years. It's okay.
Lisa, that's what we were trying to do prior. Get her point, but I tuned out, so.
She's in a smaller city, y'all. She's in Virginia. It's not New York. It's not LA. So it's like, she's reporting real time what's happening on a local level. It's the same shit happening on a large scale level. We can get upset with what Virginia is.
Virginia is a big state. Seriously.
I don't know what I'm saying.
It's
not a metropolitan.
Huh? Yeah, a string of 7 major cities with like a million people.
Virginia is poor. fucking state.
Virginia is a rich state. What are you talking about?
That's all of our states.
Virginia, Northern Virginia has some of the highest per capita incomes.
Virginia has the highest county.
Northern Virginia.
Yeah, but Virginia is not a poor state.
Loudoun County. Look up Loudoun County.
Would you say that about Northern California?
Look up Loudoun County.
You done said enough for tonight. Mute, just stay on mute. This is enough. I was listening. You was doing a lot of that extra super talk. Mute up for now, forever. Thank you. Y'all could continue. I'm confused.
I was confused too, but I was trying to listen intently because Dr. Goddess wanted us to go ahead and play this out. So I played it out. I understood some of it, and then the rest of it, I didn't understand where there was an issue or what's going on. Because
Yeah, it was confusing at first.
You know, and I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, we partly invited this conversation because we were talking about, everybody was criticizing the Democratic Party, and the whole question was, whether or not the whole party is weak, or, do we need to do other things? Do we need to have fighters? What's going on with the
We definitely need to have fighters. It's just, to me, it's getting a little bit to the point where, like, what's going on now? All the stuff that's happening the last, let's just do 30 days. I ain't going back any further. What have we seen that's showing us that the Democrats are stepping out there trying to take advantage of this fucking layup or whatever? I'm not gonna sit here and bash them all night. I'm just asking questions, and it's not to be bashing them. It's more informational. Maybe I don't see it. Maybe I don't know. But it's saying that all the polls are saying that Ben's polls show the party's favorability at record low. I just pulled up another one. So, I mean, this is what we're going into the midterms. I'm just trying to understand, like,
They need to figure out, and look, the Democratic Party is like a concept, is not one thing, right? You got your local clubs, you got your county, you got your state, you got a bunch of different federal institutions. Like, there isn't one thing, even though I know we talk about it that way all the time. So some places they do a good job. Like, I think the Wisconsin State Democratic Party does a pretty good job, for example. Right? I like the, yeah, definitely that. You might know better than me because you're right there, man. But like, I think Anderson Clayton, who's leading the North Carolina Democratic Party, seems like a young, energetic person who's got some vision for making things better there. So like, there's good Democrats out there, but they need to seriously work on their overall brand. They need to seriously work on their fundraising. They need to spend their money better. Like, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I'm just afraid that I don't see a lot of it happening.
One of
Yeah, go ahead.
one of the main things that they need to do is they need to paint a vision that is theirs. So much of what they do is, we're not him. Vote for us because we're not him. Vote for us because we're not him. Vote for us to stop him. That's not giving the people anything to believe in. You have to give people a vision.
I think that they're relying on common sense, and that goes along the lines of what you just said too, Michael. It's just like, oh, well, people wouldn't vote for that. No, people are voting for that. That's the problem. And so we need to, it's all about, like, when I train people at work, it's about what's in it for me, right? And people need to understand, this is how he's hurting you. Because the truth is, there are Democrats that are going to vote Democrat, and they came through voting Democrat. It's those Democrats that are on that outer edge of the circle and those independents that they need to reach out to, because that's who they lost.
You know what? I disagree. I think that Democrats are failing in a message, in one concise message. It's great that other states or cities or whatever, that their specific Democratic Party in that city or state is doing well, but that does not matter when the party has a messaging issue. For instance, this whole thing with Trump, right? And the Epstein files. This is a slam dunk for Dems. A slam
dumb.
Yeah.
Like, why aren't you flooding the media? And I'm a Republican. They know they vote for Trump, and I'm not MAGA. But what I see is like this is an easy win. Why aren't you flooding the media? Get your congressmen and your senators out there flooding the media, saying that we're the party of transparency. We are the party that wants to let the American people know that we want these things exposed. So whatever that messaging is, you can tell that they are conflicted on the messaging because they haven't come up with one concise message. Right? Like, this is just an easy win, and they're quiet. You know what flooded the news today? Mike Johnson. One person. When the Dems should have been standing on it. And I think, like, that is a misstep. And what we're seeing is Dems aren't loud enough about what they get right.
Yeah, I'm thinking that logic is.
Well, I think Michael.
Not logic. Not even talking about action.
They're like both parties.
Yeah, but if you're saying to people that have repeatedly shown you they do not care. Now they could try. It would be nice to see them try, but I don't think it's gonna work. These people have shown time and time again they don't give a fuck. Whatever twist and turn he makes, they'll rock with it. So I think appealing like logical thing, like this is what he's doing to you, I don't think it's gonna work. I'm gonna just be honest. I don't think it's gonna work.
But hold on a second. You just made it about Trump. I said nothing about Trump. I said Dems messaging, and say y'all go to that. It should not be about anything that he did. You can touch on it, but make the case that you are there for the American people instead of being anti-Trump. That you are patriots, right? You carve out the messaging for your party instead of just being anti-Trump. And it's like almost second nature for y'all sometimes. It's like, oh, the Trump, we don't care. You gotta hold on to the people you have, because you didn't have black.
To ignore MAGA and act like that's who's running the party. So I mean, it is about Trump, whether we like it or not. That's literally, it's not even about being a Republican. It's about being this hardline MAGA, with these really extreme beliefs, and it's the culture. When anything, this culture is anti. So anything you say, if you could get enough hecklers or whatever, that's just that they're gonna go with that because we're in an anti-intellectualism culture, and I honestly think the best thing to do is wait it out. Trying to figure out a way to message people that do not want to hear you is going to be a waste of time. That's just really what I think.
I also think the Dems fancy themselves as the adults in the room. Now, that sounds good in theory, but when you're involved in a fight, and when people have forgotten the rules to the game, or have circumvented the rules to the game, and decided they're just going to make up their own and go at it that way, it seems honorable to be the adults in the room, but while the entire game has already been, they've moved on from the game. And forgive me if I'm explaining this, it sounds scatterbrained, because it does, but I'm trying to articulate it in a way that makes sense. They consider themselves the protectors of the democracy at this point, and that there's one party who's completely gone off the rails. We are not going to participate in that. We are going to hold the line. We are going to protect the institutions, and we're going to wait until they self-destruct, in some capacity, instead of getting down in the fucking mud and getting your hands dirty and playing that same game. That's the only explanation that makes any sense for not messaging or not taking advantage of something like this. So I understand both sides of it, but what does it really get you? I guess if you're playing the long game and you say, I don't want to participate in this foolish ass childishness with these people. Not only that, but our constituency doesn't like that shit. But the other side of it is your constituency also wants to see you fight back. So it's kind of a confusing message, and I think all of it renders them to just stand still. So I don't really know how to explain that, but that's the best that I think that it is. That's the only thing that makes sense in the larger scheme, when they just do absolutely nothing. Like where Chad was saying, that you can take advantage of this messaging and say, hey, listen,
Release this, even if there's no merit to it. Still look like you're pushing back or look like you're fighting back. But I think they have convinced themselves, and I can see both sides of it. That's even as I'm saying it. It's kind of a difficult.
What you're saying and what I just explained about my situation or what I experienced is exactly how I feel. I was around a bunch of people who was acting like children.
I don't think we're saying the same thing.
In the middle of something that's supposed to be so serious. How can I take them serious?
Who's acting like children? I don't know what you mean.
The Democrats.
The Democrats were acting like children?
To me, in the same way.
But that's not what I was saying. Did you follow what I was saying?
From what you described to me, that's what I'm seeing.
Wait, that's not.
I don't understand what you mean. How so?
It's like everybody when they want to call Paul Wellstone, they want to use the feel-good quotes. But one of his quotes, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember it exactly, is like, when you aren't fighting for something, at some point you have to realize you don't actually believe in that. And that's a thing that I think is a real problem.
I don't understand what you mean that they. So I was, to be fair, I was trying to gather the angle that you were coming from. I think in terms of what you meant, like, are you dissatisfied with the Democratic Party, and are you using your local party as an example of carrying the torch for the entire
Is he in the Matrix or am I sure?
So your local party could be doing something completely in a way that is not reflective of the national party.
But from what you were describing, even with how they're handling, like the young lady, they don't have anything really for a person to follow to me.
I don't know what the Virginia party does. I don't know, I don't even know what city you're in. You said Newport News. Newport News. I don't know how the politics run in Newport News. I don't know what they've been
Let me ask you something. I want to get clear exactly what.
But I wasn't saying. Oh, that's what I was getting to. I wasn't saying what you were saying.
Exactly what you were saying.
So I'll be clear. What I'm saying is the National Party has always had a problem with messaging, but it's from two frames of mind. One being that I'm going to be the adults in the room. I'm not going to descend into madness like the party across the aisle, meaning the Republicans, has descended into madness because their message largely does not resonate, and the things that are important to them do not resonate with a lot of Americans, not even people who have traditionally been a part of their party. Their direction does not align with most of the American people. So they have resorted to things in order to control power and to stay in power, not to govern, but to stay in power. So that is not the same. I think the party across the aisle, meaning the Democrats, have been frozen and been paralyzed, even though they have not really been good at messaging ever. So I mean, there's something to be said there as well. So this is not really much different than what they've always done, to be fair, but it's not been this bad. I think when it's as obvious as it is, they've allowed that to paralyze them and to do nothing instead of making a decision to either respond and participate in that to some degree, or to go in the complete opposite direction, and as RJ eloquently put in the chat, is to actually have a message, a vision of the future, to keep saying that, but either message has to be constantly coming at people the same way the nonsense has been coming at other people, which, to be fair, listening to what you have said, it has reached you too. Because I've heard a lot of your critiques about the Democratic Party, like I hear many of the people who are not really informed about the politic. But because the propaganda has come, because they message harder, meaning the Republicans, and I'm saying that without malice, they message harder. They say things all the time. Why they have to do that? Because their message does not resonate with people. So they have to keep pushing it out there. And for people who don't understand it in balance, they tend to go with the message that they hear because they really don't understand either one. But if I can convince you that the Democrats aren't doing anything for you, even though you don't know whether or not that's happening locally or nationally, it's just very confusing. You will be upset with the Democrats, and most of your critiques will be for the Democrats, even though the other side, in which Scotty was alluding to, the other side of the party is doing absolutely nothing for you. As a matter of fact, they're doing things to hurt you. Now, there may be instances where the Democrats could do more, and they absolutely can. They have been paralyzed, like I said, but I'm saying that they're instead of trying to say, listen, I'm going to inject myself into this party and try to make this thing move forward, it's just critique after critique after critique to tell you what they're doing wrong. That's what I've heard from you. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying,
when I injected myself into the party to actually do the work,
okay,
right?
Okay.
To actually find. That's what I'm trying to say. When I injected myself in the party to actually do the work, this is what I see. This was the result.
But you keep taking us back to where you are, and we've gotten that messaging already. Yeah, that's what I mean. Where she is, that's what I'm saying. Where you are, where she is.
And this is who you have to get messaging to. This is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Very difficult when you kind of running up against a wall. Like, people do not want to hear certain stuff. Like, they're just kind of resistant to it. That's just what I've noticed. We spent, Quinn, and you know this, before the election came, we spent hours. Brooklyn, you was there telling people, all right, y'all know you finna, do X, Y, and Z. And everybody was, nah. And this is why I think this, because everybody who said he wouldn't do it, he did it. Then they still was riding with him. Everything that he's done, he was the president of no war, now he dropping bombs on niggas. And for everything he does, they make a convulsion or a switch to somehow understand it. So at this point, I'm just like, okay, y'all gonna rock with that, to whatever. What I think is the better option to me is to watch them split apart, because to me it looks like they're about to have a civil war. I just don't think that there's nothing that any Democrat could say to sway the public from what they're doing right now. I really don't. I don't think they do have a messaging problem, but even if they had a good message, it still wouldn't work. I don't think.
But that's not the point. That's not the point, though, and that's not the point I was making, because I don't understand why that keeps being countered, right? Like, I'm not understanding, because the messaging problem is, have y'all seen your approval ratings? Like, matter of fact, let me make an example.
It's lower.
Yeah, it's lower, right, Brooklyn? So Brooklyn, what are the things that matter to MAGA? Give me 3 things.
The trans people, what did I say? Immigration. Why the fuck I think immigration and abortion?
Okay, so what 3 things matter to the Dems?
I don't know.
Education, healthcare,
Anything that gonna do?
Labor, and human
So,
rights.
who's pushing that?
So a lot of people are pushing it. Wait, I think a lot of people, y'all. Wait a minute. Look, I have criticism for the party, but I don't think that it's fair, and it's not even accurate to say that nobody's doing anything. First of all, the Democrats are pushing people to be out in the streets to show their values and to show with their actual bodies that they disagree with Donald Trump's policies.
But I think the issue may be
all of them missing it.
The issue may be. Wait, I think the issue with all of it may be that they may be doing all of these things, but the people don't know it because the people what we see every day is the shit show that the Republicans are putting us through, and not anything. Right, and it's like the Democrats need to talk more and louder or whatever and be seen and do all of the things that Trump did when he lost in 2020. I think, like, even if it's a waste of time, they need to do it. It need to be repetitive for people to, you know what I'm saying, see all the time. But all we see is really nothing. Like, you don't think so?
Thank you, Brooklyn. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like what Republicans and repeal and replace, right, with Obamacare. They really just wanted to repeal it. But they never brought anything else to the table that was better than Obamacare. So their fight against Obamacare failed because they just wanted to be anti-Obamacare, and it didn't work. That's what I'm saying. Dems got to do. You can't. It was a no kings protest. Great. Now what? What was to come out of that no kings protest? Right? It should be.
We don't control anything.
The thing is, are y'all increasing? Are y'all increasing like new candidates?
Yes.
Is there a concerted effort for that?
There's more people running for the Democratic Party than any time. No, but there's like a crazy number of Democrats running up and down the ballot across the country everywhere you look. I think they're running more than they were running in 2017. And 2017 was supposed to be really crazy. When it comes to protests are off the charts. There are way more protests in 2025 than there were in 2017, and there were a lot in 2017. A lot. 2025 is like doubling that up or tripling that up. So, like, there's energy, but none of that energy is really from the Democratic Party. Like, let's not get it twisted. That's grassroots energy, which is great. I'm here for it, and I hope the Democratic Party has the good sense to try to incorporate that energy into the party to build on it. That would be great. Like, that would be fantastic. The people are ready. The people are ready to move. They're ready to be led. But what I would say is that the Dems have two key problems that people were kind of speaking to. One is a distribution problem. Like, it's hard to be loud when you don't control the platforms. Republicans are loud because they control the platform. They've worked for 50 years to correct to control the platforms. The Democrats are way behind. They got a lot of work to do, and they need a lot of money to do it, unfortunately. But the other one is the messaging that they do isn't values driven. Like, if I hear one more climate activist use the phrase parts per million, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. No one cares about parts per million. That's not what it's about. Like, connected to people's lives. Like, there's a bunch of, campers who just died because of climate change, and you can't, like, figure out how to measure that. Like, it's not that hard.
Yeah, the whole crop.
And so they gotta make it simple, like, values, connect to people, because we all have different values. Like, I don't know everyone on the stage, but I can tell you the people that I've connected with, it's because we share values. You could live a whole other life, but where we share values, we can connect.
And that's exactly what they do.
Man, I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I think that the whole, like, there is a certain way that these things do go, and I think you have to, like, just look at history. I mean, you talk about Democrats, but have you seen Trump's rating? It drops, exponentially every month. So just like, everything has a flip side to it, and I think that when you say, like, we're losing, be clear, the Democrats are losing to MAGA, not the Republicans. No standard Republican could win like how Trump is winning, because it needs to be an extreme person like Trump, and that's why he won. But this won't last. He's doing everything he can to fuck it up, and I just think the country will swing back the other way. I don't think that there is any gain for. And another problem is the Republicans and the MAGAs, they fall in line. On this side, we kind of have a problem with the left and the centrist
Thank you. The left and the centrists, getting in line, but this whole like thing about we're losing and all of this other stuff, y'all have lost too. Like actually more. So I mean, we'll win again. I just don't think it's nothing. Huh?
I said so.
Right. That's exactly that. My sentiments exactly so.
Can I?
We lost. And then to say, I'm gonna say this and then I'll land. And for the people that are Democrats, don't get psyched out. Let's not this is a woman, a black woman who came in the game with 90 days on the clock, raised the most money that's ever been raised, and got extremely close. I don't think a lot of other people could have accomplished that feat. So,
but see, I voted for her, and I'm a Republican.
I'm not talking to you. So
clearly
don't. Right, I'm not. So I don't even know why you keep responding while I'm talking. I'm trying to be respectful. Come on now. But like acting like she didn't do well or she just got mobbed is crazy because she didn't. She got very, very close, and had she had a little more time, she probably would have watched him. I'll laugh.
Can I say something real quick? Peace to the room. Hello, good evening. I just think it's interesting that a lot of people have a lot of things to say about the Democratic Party, about how they're losing, about how they're not doing anything, about how they're unpopular, about how all these things, they actually have no comprehension of. We have the special elections that have happened this year. One, you're in a state in the world where we just had an election last year. That, yes, we did lose. We would have lost by a lot more had Kamala not been on the ticket, had Biden been on the ticket, or did polling, which I'm sure none of it's read. Secondarily, when you look at all of the different special elections, Democrats have overperformed in almost every single one, including Florida, where Josh Wheel is running for the Senate seat that Marco Rubio had against Ashley Moody, the Senate governor who got appointed by DeSantis, which I know probably none of you know as well. Secondly, when it comes to the party, you do have a lot of candidates. You have no performance. You have a long list of people who decide to start running who aren't going to run. You have people, even David Hogg, very much on the far left, who he's propped up. Yeah, they're not winning because a lot of the establishment then or more liberals that have decided to run, they're the ones winning. Like if you look at the primary tonight in Arizona 7, which I'm sure no one probably followed in this room. The daughter of the man who died, I'll say that, maybe real jog memory, she actually won primary, not David Hogg's candidate. But Democrats aren't doing anything. Democrats aren't winning. No one's running. Everyone's doing everything wrong. Both sides are the same. Democrats will never win again. Democrats have no strategy. Democrats didn't just go in New York, yes, in a D+30 state, but their far left candidate didn't just overperform and actually make history with his particular numbers. Democrats, no one cares. Democrats are going to lose New York. Democrats, Holden's probably going to lose to the Republican that's in the House that's going to run against her. Democrats are going to lose everything. California's going to be lost. Cheryl over in New Jersey, she's going to lose too because the dumbasses in this room think so because they don't know anything about politics. They don't follow politics. They don't listen to anything. They are retarded people who come on staff and run their mouth. They don't actually study or know any data. They can't cite any sources. They don't know anything about the party. They just know about the box. That's exactly how this party always, how people always are on this app. Come on, spread bullshit misinformation, have dumb anecdotal experiences that don't actually amount to anything, say canvassing instead of canvassing. And we sit in this room and listen to them because people are fucking stupid and we're bordering that. I pointed out more, and go back to the audience, but it's embarrassing to listen to some of you talk about things you don't know about anything you're fucking talking about. You're actually retarded. Stop talking about politics. You need to read a book, actually get on. You don't even have to watch CNN. You can go watch any other news program. It talks about the local elections, talk about all of the swing states, swing districts, the vulnerable ones. What is the $90 billion recession package that was voted on that Murkowski and colleagues voted that they won't even allow to proceed? You don't know. You don't know about anything that the Dems are doing behind the scenes to stop certain things. You don't know about Josh Hawley, who decided, I'm a Republican and I'm going to now try to put an amendment forth, a bill forth that's going to say, guess what? The Medicaid that we voted for, the OBB will no longer go into effect. Like, you don't follow politics. You run your mouth, you go on Twitter, you go on Facebook, you see your dumb old relatives talk about shit. You don't understand anything you're talking about. These rooms are important to educate people, but a lot of you don't want to be educated. You're stupid and wrong. Sit in your dumb opinions and think your vote matters. It does not matter. Your one opinion doesn't matter. The collective is not on your side. You're one of the unfortunate, forgotten idiots
who are never going to change your mind, and no one cares about trying to evangelize you. I don't care if you in this room think that's like an image of fuck you. I don't care. You're wrong. I'm right.
Okay, I agree. Hold on. I've been trying to jump in. Hold on, y'all. Oh, is that Lisa? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Lisa. I didn't know that was you. Go ahead, girl. I'm sorry. I didn't want to be disrespectful, but I'm trying to just stay quiet because of certain subjects that I'm not mastered. I agree with Matt, but except for the name calling part, but I agree with what he's saying. So this is spaces to learn. I don't really agree with calling each other names. I don't. Because, stupid, ignorant, dumb, all that, I don't think we should be doing that because the people are here. Maybe they are here for that reason to learn. And some of the people on the stage, well, we don't know. I can't read your resume before you start talking. I don't see your transcripts. I don't see any of that. So I don't know what you're doing. I don't know you. Your circles with mics on there. So I have to wait for you to start talking. So we have to understand who you are, how much you know, and whatever. So let's try to figure out, let's just keep on opening up the subject because there is a problem. There is a messaging problem. And if anyone disagrees, I like to hear it. But someone said it very well, or like Trump strongly, that this is a layup. All the stuff that's happening now, I've been the ones, I don't want to say me, I'll just say it's been said over and over and over that the Dems should be hitting hard. They should be everywhere. It should be them. We should see them everywhere talking about all this shit. They got so much. Damn. To talk about and to get themselves set so where the people who we call as stupid, dumb, and whatever can hear these, and that's. I'm not gonna do that again because you automatically turn off your audience just because you're calling them stupid and dumb. Yesterday, I lost my fucking mind when somebody called me stupid. They didn't know me from Adam, and you're just gonna call me stupid when I open my mouth and I'm getting ready to say, "You don't know me. I don't know you." So I'm not going to do that tonight, maybe another day, but I love what you said, Matt, because everything you said was 100% correct. We do need to do a little bit more time studying. The young lady was talking about her stuff locally because that's what she knows. I don't know anything about Virginia. I'm barely keeping up with California and New York, but I'm leaving myself open to learn. So anybody else want to jump in right now? I'm sorry I cut somebody off. You can jump in.
That was so fun.
I want to jump in. Just three quick things. Somebody asked what was their name three things that the Democrats stand for. I can tell you that. It's maintaining the social net for those who need it through Medicare, Medicaid, and universal health care as much as they can. Shoring up unions through labor so people can have a livable wage. And then, of course, education, right? And as well as, champion the little person. As somebody said something about Mike Johnson went on air and called for the release of the Epstein files. You guys know not to fall for the okie doke, right? He went on Fox News and he said that, and guess what he did in the House? He voted along with 210 other Republicans to not disclose anything. So he shows one hand, and then when it comes down to work, he hides the other. So that doesn't mean anything. Lohana and Massey, they put together an act, I think, to be voted on. I believe tomorrow is called the Epstein Transparency Act, where they're asking for an up and down vote to have everything released, unredacted, everything released within 30 days from the Department of Justice and the FBI. So I see them making movement on that issue. The last thing, somebody said it earlier, the Republicans have backed Fox News. Go look at the ratings as to how many million viewership they get. Do you guys know that CNN, YouTubers are getting more views than CNN? Mm-hmm. You guys know that, right?
Let me hit that. Yes, we do know that.
Yeah. So our thing isn't in legacy media. It's in building our own. I mean, they had Voice of America, and that wasn't successful. Maybe now, in modern times, they can do another thing like that. But it's an independent media, and having the Democrats, Congress people, and senators not think they're too good to go to these YouTubers because, quite frankly, Midas Touch, Brian Tyler Cohen, Kyle Kalinske, Breaking Point, they're getting more viewers than CNN. And they're given, and I know some of them are getting more than MSNBC, but Fox is a megahorn, and they get that message, and then it's filtered through all the large Republican MAGA influencers, Benny Johnson, the lib of TikTok, what's that other guy, Joe Prosover. They have millions of, and then of course Elon Musk, the algorithm, it's stacked. It's stacked against a huge. It's a whole platform that MAGA has that it just works in. It is very well coordinated, and the Dems have not come up with anything that rivals that. And until they do, even when they do have a message, it's not amplified because they don't have the infrastructure.
Yeah, you have to get ahead of the curve. So, I mean, I think that first of all, we can critique something, we can love something and still critique it. Right, we have to establish that because I may or someone else may say something that about the Democratic Party and we have a critique doesn't mean that I'm going against the party. It's and nobody implied that. I just wanted to put that out there just in case. But I think that the bigger problem that the Dems do in some cases is their plans are better. The way that they want the direction they want the country to go in is way better. So it's frustrating sometimes when that message doesn't reach even the people that actually support them. Now, the American people, by and large, are not politically informed or otherwise educated people. So we have to approach that with that in mind. And we can be real about that and not be insulting. That is the reality of where we are. So we tend to wait sometimes until the Republicans fuck things up so poorly that they don't have another choice but to swing back to the left. And then once you have gotten the reins, and then you're showing people the direction the country's going in, and it's a good thing, you don't take advantage of that and continue messaging even when you are doing things that are good. See, we are doing things that are good. We're trying to advance the American people in the right direction. This is what we are doing for you. This is what we plan on doing. But what we allow them to do is to message better than they do, even when you're doing better than they are. So it appears to the people that I just described that you're not doing the job the right way, even though each time they grab the reins, they are not interested in governing in any way. So and then they fuck the whole thing up, and then we start the cycle back over again, having these wild swings from the right to the left. That is in the most recent 25 to 30 years in the most recent 25 to 30 years. So the messaging has. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that messaging has to be better. Like, even when you're doing better, you still have to message. And Democrats sometimes have, we give people more credit than probably we should, in that they understand what's being done for them is the right thing. And of course, they're going to continue voting this way because this is what's being done for you. This is what we've been able to achieve, but you have to keep gloating. You have to keep doing that because that's the era that we're in. You have to keep doing that. The messaging is important, and that's why it is important, Levon, even if you're lying like a Mike Johnson is, or he goes back and does something completely different after he comes to the podium and says that it is important to say that, because there are people who get stuck at that podium. They don't pay attention to what he's done after he's left. And they continue their effort to support based on that. So I've been on here a couple of times and said, listen, I don't like to, I don't like to call people stupid. I don't like to say that. But I mean, the bottom line is that, it is applicable to some people, and we have to treat them accordingly if you want their vote. We don't have time to educate people, at least not in this. Now, that needs to be the long-term effort. because you can keep people doing the right thing if you can do that. But the reality is that's not where we are as a country. We have to continue messaging to people to tell them what you're doing, and they will listen.
And it's not just what you say, it's also the fact that you say anything at all. I used to be a DNC member. My term ended last year, and at the Black Caucus meetings, we would have different people talking to us about different things, and one of the things they talked about was how Republicans are making inroads with black males, especially young black males. And the point of his whole thing was that, after the elections, Democrats don't say anything. And so the Republicans were saying things. And even though the stuff they were saying was wrong and not true, the fact that there was nothing being said from the other side, that allowed them to actually make inroads among young black people, especially young black men.
It's tough though, man, because you don't want to insult people, but damn it, at this point, there's too much at stake. Justice point, they're dumb, lean in, you have to message to them accordingly. I'm sorry, that's just what we are. And it's shitty but people have their own responsibility to catch up. Now, to be fair, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I'm just talking. Go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say one great, rare example where the Democrats really, really, really did well and media worked along with them was that Kilmore Abrego Garcia. The work that Chris Van Hollen did and a couple of the other congressmen by shining a consistent, persistent light. Not the fact that they're a champion that he could have done any crimes, but that he didn't have due process. And I will tell you, if it wasn't for his work and the media constantly giving a spotlight to it and the other Democrats, keep banging the drum, he would not be in the United States. They'd have kept him in CCOT. And then they got shy because they weren't sure, the Republicans brought up the possible human trafficking or whatever. But they did an excellent job. And I will tell you, some may not be able to see it, but Trump, two main platform ideas, he's underwater. He is not plus with immigration any longer, and he's not plus with the tariffs any longer, and even his own people hate the big ugly bill in polls. So they have made headway in those three areas. They just need to find a way to flip it and say what they're going to do differently in small bite-sized words and meanings that people can understand, and not big policy papers or what have you. But they have made headway, and I'm thinking that they're on track on flipping the House, unless they do something, they gerrymander or whatever, but they're on track to flipping the House. So and we saw what they did in I'm finished right now. We saw what they did in Wisconsin. They withstood $20 million that Elon pumped into that judge race. We saw that Democrat that won in Iowa. Broke tradition. We saw, I think it was, even in Florida, the two races here, they didn't win, but they came very close. And that was Matt Gaetz' old area, which is very, very red. They came incredibly close. So something's brewing. They just need to keep on doing with more fewer and more simplicity. And I think you may start to see those numbers change. I yield.
I think it's a big deal when you have an Epstein, Donald Trump talking about not wanting to reveal the Epstein problems. I don't know if there's an actual list, but I'll just say problems. And if anything's revealed that he's on it, or people in his party that he's associated with, if they're on it, there are many reasons I would imagine why they want to keep that private. Because it would make the country possibly want Donald Trump to be impeached, because that's really bad. I don't care what people say when you're doing stuff to children, allegedly, because I don't know if Donald Trump did anything to children, but if he did, he talks about grabbing women and stuff. So let's be real, he might have grabbed a child and not wanted people to know. There was video of him in media and stuff hanging out with Epstein. So
I don't know. I just think that it's a really strange time to try to have something covered up because he knows that if that was revealed, that it would cost him. It would also be funny if Elon Musk used his capabilities and hacked or found that list. That would be weird, or found something related to that. That would be weird. I don't know if there's an actual list, but if he found the problems, that would be huge. That would be wow.
Nobody is doing none of that.
But now they're saying he didn't.
No, I know they're not doing that. I didn't say they did that.
No, I just think that it's important that we keep set expectations, and I don't want us I feel like we get we say things that sound good to us, but we have to remember what type of constituency, and meaning the millions of Americans that we're dealing with. And I would just, go listen to some of these podcasts and just go look at how many viewers they yield and just look at the ignorance and how, I just think that all of it, I think LaRon was right. Keep your head down, keep doing, what we've been doing. Do the work under the cover of night, because getting out there, trying to beat them at their own game, I do not think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think there's much.
Yeah.
So, I think that everybody can agree on certain things. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. You probably have an issue with the idea of the increase in human trafficking. You probably have agreement around the fact that our education system needs to be rehauled. I mean, there are things that we could talk about that we probably agree on that would get us closer to some type of cohesion than, always being on one side or the other of the aisle on every single issue. You know what I mean?
But where has that, in the past, where has there been a place where we all were oh, this is bipartisan, we all agree? We're not there as a country. I just think that we should really, we're not, even if we do agree, the pride and the attitudes on both sides we're not conceding. Both sides are not doing that.
You said don't idea. You kind of took the stage from me. But listen, okay. So are you saying that there's on both sides of the aisle, they're on opposite sides of the fact that we have a housing problem?
They don't care. Yeah. It's just that they don't care. People would rather be racist and be poor. They don't care. They keep showing you that. And the thing is we keep being oh my God, they still gonna stick beside them? Yes. They keep showing you. They don't give a fuck. And it just gets exhausting when we keep being well, if we do this message, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. You doing all of this, just do the stuff that, the stuff that we learned in civics to try to flip the party. And then when it's time, we can, surprise bitch. Now we got all our shit together. We got all our ducks in a row. Now we are forced to.
Because you don't have an agenda. I don't think what is the agenda?
We have plenty of agendas. The agenda right now is to just get this motherfucker out of here. That should be the agenda.
Yeah, but is there one thing that both sides can agree? I'm sorry. Is there one thing that both sides? Because I think Snap, what you were asking, I'm just inferring. Is there one thing that both sides can say? You know what? We agree that this is something that needs a change. That something has to be done.
Oh no, there's nothing. No.
But you're both being a little disingenuous about that. Of course, there are things and places where we can find agreement. There are, but there's several things that we can find agreement on. The problem is that we don't all prioritize the same things. So because I think healthcare might be important, you may think it's important too, but you don't prioritize that over immigration.
because you've been convinced. Well, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying in general. Because there's some people that don't prioritize it over immigration. Why? Because they have been convinced that immigrants are taking their jobs. And because they're taking their jobs, that somehow this is more important than their health care, at least in the point where you're asking them that. So yes, to answer your question and to answer her question, there are places where we find agreement. There's several places where we find agreement. What we don't find is where we prioritize those things. And because we don't prioritize them for different reasons. Some of them are quite fucking stupid. And you can't find middle ground with people who don't have a fundamental understanding of what it is that they are either critiquing or they agree with.
And you can't use logic on a person that says that if I'm saying, hey, you're gonna lose your health care, these things are vital, and you're still talking about a trans person in a bathroom in California and you live in Kentucky. We don't have a middle ground, baby. It ain't nothing that I can do for you. And me continuing to spin my wheels talking to you, and that's what you care about. You have heart disease, and these are real things. As a person that works in insurance that I've dealt with, you have heart disease. You are at risk of dying within the next 7 months, and you are talking about drag queens reading books in a state that you never lived in. You don't even have kids, so there's no middle ground there. There's no because you're not logic. You may understand healthcare is important, but you think a fucking drag queen reading a book at an optional Barnes and Noble thing is more important than that. You would rather hurt or get something done about that than get millions of people healthcare or get millions of people raising wages or something. So when you have people that think like that, they're like, where do you come together at?
And
there's no really coming together.
But that was my issue, or my interpretation of prioritization. If we're saying, like, for example, immigration, if both sides have like a commonality to immigration, and I get like, okay, for group A, that is priority number 2, but group B, it's prioritization number 7. But if you know for a fact, it's like, you have to meet somewhere. Like, why not start with that? If you both know that is on your checklist of things to do, why not start there and then
we've done that, and then they every time. I mean, just MAGA, they've rejected it. So I just think that trying to persuade them is just a dead. I think everybody we're gonna have to get newer young people that are just that are just coming of age to vote, and the people that set out or whatever that didn't have. Those are the people we're gonna have to focus on. But this messaging that they're doing to these, I would say, radicalized right-wing people is just, we're gonna look goofy doing that. You know what I mean? Like Kamala can't come out and say something she's a lawyer. She's a woman who has accomplished things. Like, she's a smart person. She can't stoop that low, and it's not gonna be convincing, and it is gonna turn smart motherfuckers that fuck with her off. So she can't come out and say, yeah, no tax on tips, and I'm gonna promise you all, because she knows that, like, logic just has to prevail. It just has to. You cannot run a country. We're seeing that without logic.
Yeah, it's not gonna. You're trying to find common ground with people who are looking through a different lens. So I understand fundamentally what you're trying to say, but there is either a bit of naivete, which I think it is, and listen, I don't blame you for that, because that seems like the most logical approach. But when you look at this thing more micro than you do macro, you understand that these aren't people that are trying to find common ground with you. What they are convinced of, and what they have been convinced of, is that you are taking things that inherently belong to them. So everything is from that lens. Even if they don't really, and I'm not going to give them that much credit, they understand what they're doing. I'm going to stop saying that, because some of them don't. But most of them do. They understand that what they feel like is that fundamentally is that you are taking from them, or the people are detracting from them. That's the whole basis of what people have a problem with, what those people have with immigration, and the others have been convinced of. So what you're saying falls on deaf ears with them, not with other people. So you have people trying, as Jess was just saying, you have people trying to extend an olive branch to people who aren't interested in that. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to find a way around them. And the good news is that there is a way around them. We haven't spoken to people. There's a large segment of people in this country, if we're just talking about voting, who just don't fucking vote. Now they are a problem too. So they are a problem in the sense that they are apathetic and pathetic as far as I'm concerned. But we have to address them in a way that is that speaks to whatever it is that they think is not being addressed. So there is ground to be made perceivably with those people. With the ones you're talking about, there is absolutely no reason. I have no interest in talking to people who are fundamentally invested in my demise. I don't give a fuck about them. I wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire.
Form are gonna be polite and not call them dumb. Bitch, you are stupid. And you're trying to kill me. Like, and literally actively trying to kill me. And I can't call you stupid. Oh no, I'm gonna call you stupid. I'm definitely gonna say that. And I'm going to repeat it because you need to know. And my thing is change the culture. The culture right now is to be dumb. Dumb is okay. To be uninformed is cool. Like, as long as you're louder. But if we can gradually change the culture to where being dumb is not cool, where it is better to be smart and informed, at least know what's going on, because that's bound to happen. With the fucked up shit that's going on, you're gonna have to know what's going on. And when this stuff starts hurting people, because it will, and as a person who works in insurance, it's wearing people out already. All fucking ready. And we are a year in, bro. Like, you got to think, this man's approval rating has dropped. We're not even a full year in. It's dropped this much. And he just made this big, beautiful bill is what, to me, is going to kill him. It's going to clip a lot, because it's going to affect a lot of people in Texas, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, the places that he won overwhelmingly and that have went for him. And they are seeing, I talk to him every day, how stupid and how much they are gagging, like literally gagging. That insulin that was $35 that they enjoyed while they were talking about, Sleepy Joe and all of that. It's a done deal, my nigga. And so you and your $14K a year are going to have to find out how to get some insulin because of your president and all the insurance companies. It's in the language. You have to it's the administration. So I just say, give it another year, and then let's revisit.
Justin, aren't they about to lose hospitals too?
Yeah, 2 of them. We handling two right now that just said, hey, we already know we're not even gonna be able to make it. So, these people are scrambling, and I mean, come on, bro. You're in a county in Texas. What I do is once I talk to them or deal with them, I get right off the phone and I go and look at the county and I go look at what color it is.
Wow.
I sure do, because I want to see what that lesson gonna be, and it be blood red counties. So why is my insurance gone, baby? Call up there to the White House, homegirl.
They don't really understand the ramifications of the things that are happening to, because literally they thought they was playing. It happens, right?
They really thought they was playing, and they thought like, and when you explain it to them, and these are people with surgery scheduled and stuff like that. I deal with very and they be devastated, like truly devastated, and that's what being uninformed and being hateful gets your ass. And like you said, you think is going beyond them thinking you're taking from them. I just don't want you to have it. I don't want you to be able to live or have a prosperous life or be healthy. I just don't want you to. People are hateful, bro. And when all of this stuff starts bouncing back on people, healthcare is gonna be what tax.
And they also They also think you're doing it on their dime, right? Like they think that somehow their quote unquote taxes are paying for things that they don't agree with. When in actuality, it's actually them who are consuming the tax money of other people because you're poor. You are being paid. You are the ones that are consuming the tax dollars. It's not.
They don't get it. They don't even know what Medicaid is. They don't know what the qualifications are. You really have people, literally, there was a big thing like a few years ago, actually last year, where people would be like, we don't want to call it Obamacare. Oh, like you don't. Like, when there's only, what about this? I'm going to call it Obamacare. And guess what? This is the only thing your bitch ass qualify for. So luckily, Obama had some care. Because you'd be dead. Like, this is mind-blowing to me. Like, literally, a whole thing where we had a meeting. They said, hey, could you not refer to it as Obamacare? People, what? Wow.
The crazy thing about that is the ACA has some of the richest benefits of all plans. They have like 12 essential health benefits that are required for all plans, individual and small group.
Yeah, PPACA is just a marketplace. It's not a plan. It's just a marketplace where you can go and choose from different insurances that have requirements where you can actually afford the care. Hence the name of the actual legislation that brought it to pass. Just like there's a
plan you get on.
Yeah, and that's crazy. So there's a living example of this right in the chat. So just to answer Snap and I forget the brother's name that was just up here. There are people who are completely resistant to good information, like this cat Hulky. Not only is his name stupid, but so is he. Like his identity is tied to this stupidity. He can't get out of the endless circle to have any critical thought of his own. It is literally about Bloods and Crips for him. That's it. He is a perfect example of exactly what we're talking about. And he's not the only one. Some of them are going quiet because they know better. They at least know that much better. But he is an example of the persistent stupid that happens as a part of what we're talking about. He can't get right. He does, no matter what, he is bought into the exchange between the Reds and the Blues.
Because
he doesn't understand it.
We tolerate those people instead of telling them to shut the fuck.
Okay, so hold on, you guys. I have this. I have to share. I've been trying to share it. We went. Okay, just let me do this. And the guy that's in the room recording and putting it on your YouTube channel, and also putting profiles on your YouTube channel that you do every single night. We're trying to report you to Clubhouse. So this is. The profile part, I'm not really feeling, and you know who you are. So just because you're here under anonymous, that's not gonna help you.
And Lisa, is it the John Kitover dude?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he's always doing that. Nobody pays attention to him. He's a fucking quack. And I'm saying it on your YouTube. You're a fucking quack. Nobody listens to you. Dance around in your fucking underwear on your stupid fucking YouTube, looking like a fucking idiot. Now, play that for your people.
All right, here. Hold on, you guys. Let me just play this real quick, and then we'll come back to this conversation.
You have to play some copyrighted music if you and then they'll That's
smart. That's actually a good strategy.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
And then even if they posted it, it'll get removed.
Yeah, but still, fuck you.
Yeah, play some Eagles or something. They don't.
Absolutely. I mean, you could do some black music, but.
Let me just get this clip out real quick, and then we can go back. I see you, Brian. Brian, did you want to say something quickly?
No, I can wait. I'm going to jump in,
Okay, real quick.
New evidence today of growing Democratic Party woes. A new NBC News poll shows that only 27% of registered voters.
This is Ina.
View of the party. Its lowest rating in the poll in 35 years. The message? They want their party to fight back harder. On that point, NBC News has learned that House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries met this weekend with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who's been facing backlash and questions about his leadership role after not blocking a Republican spending bill. Do you think that Leader Schumer is the best person to lead your caucus in this moment?
Senator Schumer certainly can lead this caucus.
Is he the best person?
He can lead this caucus, but we need to have a conversation inside the caucus about whether we are willing to stand up to Republicans. The only way that we are going to be effective as a caucus is if we change our tactics.
Let's bring in Jake Sherman, co-founder of Punchbowl News and an MSNBC political contributor, and Basil Smikle, former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party and an MSNBC political analyst. So, Basil, Democratic voters agree with Senator Murphy. Their party needs to change tactics. This is no surprise to you. We've talked about this, but this poll shows 65% of Democrats want party leaders to stick to their positions rather than compromise with President Trump. I mean, look, Chuck Schumer didn't create this problem, but who's going to be the one to deliver what the party is saying, this is what we want?
Yeah.
Oh, commercialized, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tough poll. Let me just off the bat say that. But I think what voters are responding to is that they don't see the fight in Democrats. We've, talked about, you and I have talked about this for quite some time, but this has been an ongoing challenge for the Democratic Party, that they feel that there's too much compromise. And, when you think about the vote that Schumer took on funding the government, but even before that, just think about that 10 Democrats supported a censure of Representative Green, who was removed from the chamber, and then have Representative Boebert say that he was waving a pinky. So if that in and of itself, that should tell you right then and there that there is no compromise, there is no rationalizing events with Republicans. That's how Democrats feel, and I think there are people who have been speaking to this. There's Representative Crockett from Texas. In the Senate, Chris Murphy's been great. Governors like Hochul and Pritzker and Illinois have been fantastic. Even mayors like the mayor of Baltimore and the mayor of Cleveland, for example. So there are Democrats all over the country that kind of represent the next generation of leadership. And I think what the party needs to do is really allow those voices to shine through even more than they have.
Well, Jake, while Democratic voters might be eager for a fight with Trump, you folks at Punchbowl News report that many more Senate Democrats than just the 9 who voted with Schumer agreed with his ultimate decision. So what's going on here? Are Senate Democrats out of step with voters? Are older Democrats out of step with voters? What's happening as you see it? And look at these, as Basil points out, not great poll numbers for Democrats.
Well, first of all, I don't mean to minimize this because I think Democrats have a lot of real problems, but they have almost no tools to fight with. It's just the reality. When you're in the minority in both chambers, you don't really have a lot of cards to play. I think Schumer's biggest mistake here was giving the indication that he was prepared to have a fight that he would have certainly lost, and then not having that fight. Because the only cudgel he really had, the only weapon he really had was to shut the government down and to not provide those votes for cloture. And I understand that Republicans are in control of the House and Senate. We need 60 votes to do anything in the Senate. Once that bill got through the House, the onus was on Schumer to decide yes or no. And I understand that's a frustrating thing for some people. But he thought in his...
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I feel like we have talked this in circles since, a couple days before it actually came to it. Voters are saying, show us something. The explanation of the tough decision that Chuck Schumer had to make, even though this poll is not reflective of that because it wasn't, done after that. But there's something else that Democrats seem to be missing here, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. I think the party is leaderless. It doesn't have a central figure for the first time in a long time. The former president, Joe Biden's not a figure. Barack Obama, has been out of the White House for quite some time now. And I think that's a big problem. And I think also when you're in that position and you have no legislative tools at your disposal and no ability to actually fight back, but the base's desire is to fight back, that's a really difficult position. Let me put it this way. There are basically no wins in the Democrats' future right now. They don't have any big special elections they could win. They have no big legislative fights where they've shown the willingness or the ability to fight. So I think that that's all of those things put together make a pretty grim picture.
So, Basil, Hakeem Jeffries was on this network over the weekend. He's calling for a day of action tomorrow. And look, I think from the time that Joe Biden decided to step down, a lot of Democrats have shown that they are ready to take action. But here the Democratic Party remains, which this may sound like a snarky question, but is a day of action the best they've got?
Okay, that's what I'm gonna stop right there. It's only a few minutes left. So, what do you guys think?
I think the backing down by Schumer around shutting down the government was just, I said it then, I'll say it again now, it was a terrible, terrible thing. And it just showed that he's weak. It was a weak move. Like, what about what's happened since makes you think, oh, thank God he didn't shut down the government back then? Like, imagine the horrors that might have befallen us if he hadn't done that. It's like, what hasn't happened? You know?
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is, what was that?
Yeah, the really happened that he tried to stop. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. And worse than that, he could have, stood up and showed his values and called them out and said, look at what they're willing to do to tear the country apart, to shut the government down, to hurt all these people. For what? For this nonsense? And he could have, basically, made a point, made it loud and proud, and made it something that people could follow, and instead he folded like a cheap ass tent.
Yeah, this is more of what I was talking about earlier, is that they always consider themselves the adults in the room. They're always going to do what we've always done. Crazy. They don't recognize the fight that you're in. You can't fight an old school fight with people who are fighting it in a different, when they're not fighting by the rules. This is not a laced up, this is not you in the ring with somebody else with rules and two laced up gloves. That's not what this is. They've taken off the gloves and they have spikes on the boots. You have to fight the fight the way it's being fought. And that is the problem I have with the Hakeem Jeffries and the fucking Chuck Schumers, is that they want to fight it the way it's been fought, because under the guise that, well, you guys don't necessarily really understand or are paying attention to what can happen if we, in some way let the government shut down. If we were to let the government shut down, or this would happen here. You have to fight the fight the way it's being fought. And being the adult in the room is not always the answer.
They gotta get rid of Hakeem and Chuck Schumer. That's it.
They can't
They're not
wrap
the
their
right
minds
people.
around the school,
They're not
around
the
the
right
fight.
people for this moment.
That's
They're
correct.
not the right people. And they won't ever be, by the way.
Now, so Scotty, who's up next? If we get rid of
I
Schumer and Jeffries.
I will tell you this, as a New Yorker, I don't want to see anybody from New York. I don't want to see anybody from Massachusetts. I don't want to see anybody from California. No disrespect
I agree.
to any of them,
Mm-hmm.
but I just need other people.
The problem is we need people who aren't there because they're the best fundraisers.
But
that's the problem.
Y'all be saying, y'all gotta say somebody.
Okay, here's someone who I absolutely love, was an up-and-coming rising star, who has legislative chops, who understands values, who wins in a hard-ass district to win in. I think Lauren Underwood is incredible. I think she's wonderful. I think she's one of the few people in the House that really is outstanding. Now, is she great at fundraising? Not really. Not at the rate of these other people. But I bet she would run that place beautifully. She's only in her fourth term, though, so she's a little green. But I absolutely love her. I think she's great. And on the other side, in the Senate, I think Chris Murphy has shown that he's someone who's got some balls. I think I had mixed feelings about Cory Booker because of some stuff around pharmaceuticals.
Schumer and Jeffries, you know that.
Yeah, I take it back. You're right. I feel like Chris Murphy's shown that he's got that he's got something. I actually like my senator. I like Padilla. I think Padilla's good. But I mean, the main thing is like, are you someone who can stand up and be, a moral and a political leader who's going to like embrace the values and show the people that like what we really care about and what we're going to do, instead of kowtowing to special interests, which is what in particular Schumer has been incredible at. Like Pelosi, I mean, she was definitely kowtowing to money more often than I would like by a lot, but she did run the House incredibly well. Like her ability to whip votes is legendary for a reason, but like Schumer never had that. I mean, I don't know. I don't believe in Schumer at all.
No, Schumer has definitely outlived his usefulness. And listen, that comes for us all. He has served well, and during time when, Harry Reid's time came for him. Mitch McConnell's time came and went, and I mean, there's several people who have just out. I mean, Diane Feinstein. I mean, everybody's time comes for them. Maxine Waters is up next. I mean, it's just there are people whose time, I mean, all of our time will come. And I just think they hold on to those reins. But to your point, they've been there so long. They are great fundraisers. But the reason they are good fundraisers is because they continue to do the bidding of people who keep us in that same place. So we have to have people in those positions who are doing the work of the people, big shot, who are doing the work of people and not the work of special interest. And that's the problem in Congress. Those people are completely, the people I just named, God love them. I mean, irrespective of their party, because God knows there's people on the other side of the aisle who don't care, who are completely doing the bidding of special interests. It's just I mean, it's the same thing. So, I mean, yeah, they're definitely, but the other problem is this: who's running against them? Have there even been people who've tried to run against them? They don't.
Yeah, I mean, the Senate, there's more of an opportunity because, I mean, Schumer's getting up there. Like, Durbin's retiring, and he's been the number 2. So, like, there's a chance for there to be a pass-off at some point in the not-too-distant future. But the problem is that they just, like, this is where they do this whole civility nonsense, and they pretend like oh, well, I can't do that. I have to be respectful. It's like, no, the guy's leading us into a ditch. It's like we shouldn't stick with them. It's like starting the same quarterback after like 6 weeks of them throwing 3 picks. What are we doing?
That is a great example.
I just feel like you're gonna have to get the older people on board, and that to me, that's like they're always gonna vote for the blue, most centrist, dependable, reliable. Because I was even when I was looking at my Mom Dami or whatever his name is, like his voter turnout, the older people, like they didn't really go.
I'm feeling that, right?
They really was not, they wasn't going. They didn't care nothing about a grocery store or a bus.
Low rent, none of that shit.
So I feel like they look like a lot of older people. They look at that as like a lot of older Democrats. They look at that as like too radical, and so it's gonna have to be somewhere where we can meet in the middle with them because they're willing to split the vote. Like I don't think that the Republicans with MAGA and like the I guess regular Republicans, they're gonna fall in line. No matter how crazy, the Dems is not doing it. And I just think that's we have to get somebody that young.
And I think that Brother Gary, I'm late. I'm drawing blanks. Out of Baton Rouge, Gary, God bless him, I'm drawing blanks.
Gary Chambers.
Gary Chambers, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Gary Chambers has some great ideas as it pertains to the things that, because he's always thinking in
in the positive and not the negative. So, I think that he had some some real critiques for the Democratic Party in the sense that they're not. I mean, there's 55% of our people that live in the South, and there is no substantive plan to reach out to our people. I mean, you can see the evidence of when we actually do that. I mean, the evidence of the 2020 election, when there was a concentrated effort here to get people out to vote here in Georgia. That you see what happened. You were able to turn Georgia blue.
The only person I can see that I think has, and this is just vibes. I'm not talking about like policy or anything. This is like for presidential. The only person to me that I can see that has universal appeal, that I can see old people, young people fucking with, is the mayor of not the mayor, the governor of Westmore. Mm-hmm. He's the only person.
He bridges that gap.
That I could see my mom fucking with, my grandma fucking with. I like him. I could see young people liking him. I don't know of any, hopeful presidential candidate. Man, that maybe y'all.
Gavin Newsom. I think Gavin Newsom, maybe even Andy Beshear.
I'm gonna have to look into more to Andy Beshear, but Gavin Newsom, I don't think nobody from LA or New York is gonna fly.
Oh, LA, he's got LA.
I'm saying I don't think that the rest of the world is gonna be fucking with no.
Oh, you said
he's from San Francisco for what it's worth,
yeah.
But I don't.
Even those Republicans in LA love them some Gavin.
Yeah, so I think once on the stage, anybody at this point who can actually formulate fucking sentences will be an attractive candidate. But I think, to your point, I think Westmore is probably the most balanced, and Westmore because we know the least about his politic at this point. I mean, Gavin Newsom has a track record. Beshear has a track record. Josh has a track record. So I mean, all of these people have records you can run on. Westmore has the Obama benefit, as I like to call it, where you really don't necessarily know his politic, and I think it's right for. I think it's right for a run. He's right for a run.
I just want to say one thing about the Senate Majority Leader. I just looked it up, and actually, once Durbin retires, the next person after that is Klobuchar. And I think she might actually be a decent Senate Majority Leader if she were to take it over. She's not my favorite. Like, her politics aren't mine, but I bet she'd be pretty good in that job.
She'd be bad. I don't think she'd be any worse than anybody else.
I think she's mean enough. Basically.
You think so?
Oh, she's mean, man.
Yeah, she's not Minnesota nice?
No. She's famously mean. Yeah. She's Nancy Pelosi was famed for saying that she eats nails for breakfast. Amy Klobuchar has a bit of that in
her. Scotty, what you said about Westmore?
Oh, I said the Beshear Westmore ticket. That's what I like.
With who being the vice president?
Beshear, because he'll be by then he'll be 2-term and term limited governor of Kentucky, twice elected Democrat in a very red state, with a good record, with a good track record. And Westmore, I think, only has 1 term under his belt. I think it'd be a good geographical combination and a nice balance.
So, you guys, I found an article in New York Times, so everybody's talking about this. This just started coming on my radar because I didn't know that everybody was talking about the Dems and their lack of messaging and lack of, just lack. So this article from the Times from today is Democrats are working on new tactics after losing 2024. And among the ideas being promoted is new tactics is knocking on every single door in a House district and awarding cash prizes for the most effective way to reach voters. The article, I'm not going to read this whole thing because you guys can go ahead and read it. I can't drop it in the thing because I'm on a desktop right now. There is one point of consensus in the deeply fractured Democratic Party is that the old ways of doing business just aren't cutting it. So many of the party's most analytically minded strategies have begun focusing their energies on dissecting the tactical and technical decisions that led to last year's devastating defeats and dreaming up proposals to overhaul the machinery of progressive politics. Now, what they were talking about with the cash prizes, they were going to ask for, I don't know why, they were going to go do a mass text message campaign and was asking for different ways to, what would be different ways to improve the Democratic messaging, and who they would look at them and analyze them. I'm just paraphrasing it, and give out $100,000 to people whose ideas sound the best. And they also figured out that having people knock on everybody's door is astronomically expensive, so they don't even know if they'll be able to do that. But I don't like either one of those ideas. What do you guys think? It's kind of,
It's goofy.
Yeah, that is very goofy, right? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. But so let me say two things, because I've been listening while I was working. Now I'm home, or about to be home, just about to drive up. We've been talking about the people. I hate to say it, but I think Justin is probably right. This is a long-term problem that we have to, one, wait it out for the Republicans and hope that it implodes. But number two, I think that if we look at what we know for sure is educated people don't fall for this. What if we just said, look, everything else is a little bit less important. Let's make everything about education or everything about children, or just as Democrats decided we're going to focus on these three things because in the long run, this will help us get it together and try to build something, because the truth is we are catching a beat down, no matter how you look at it. But you never I feel like the Republicans are talking us out of our, when you look at the election, she didn't get mollywopped. And you look at what, her entry into, there was no primary. And I think that they're making it like they just won so bad. They didn't. I mean, if all things considered, they didn't. And it really shouldn't be a problem to win next time. But I think if we let them keep telling us the narrative and then we keep repeating it to each other, we're losing. That's why we're gonna lose if we keep not looking at what the actual numbers are versus how we feel and trying to match their energy. We're not gonna be like MAGA. That's just never gonna happen, and I don't want to be. I mean, do y'all really want somebody on the left side that's equivalent to Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Nope. Right. So the thing that we asking for, we don't really want. Yeah, we want somebody with. I think my contrarian position to that though would be that they were able to beat her with a felon, with a pervert, with a pedophile.
I'm not so sure they beat her.
A white famous felon. I agree, but hold on, let me say
Nobody cares about the felon.
I said it from the beginning, and I like Kamala. I would wanted Kamala to win from the beginning, but I did not think she was going to win. We have a racist ass country. We do. I mean, but still, okay. But all that said, all the knocks against her, she still raised the most money in history in a record time, and she still if you look at the votes, almost all the states that Joe Biden won, she won and won more votes than he did. And when you look at
Stanford with the election.
I mean, that's kind of. I mean, that's another thing. But even if they did, look at the swing states and what she was able to pull in that little time. That's no small feat. And I just think that as long as they keep telling, we lost, because I noticed the girl who was in here. who was a Republican, she kept saying, y'all lost, like Republicans never lost before. Yeah, we did lose, but look at what we lost by. That's not a lot to make up.
I'm telling y'all, and y'all mark my word, it's going to come out that election was tampered with. Like, they already have proven that you can do it. So it's going to come out sooner or later. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. Given what you all are, the talking points you all have mentioned just now, it doesn't add up. It just doesn't.
Well, speaking of things that don't add up, how do you rationalize that each state running its own election, unless you're talking about specific states, in which case I would like to know which ones you're talking about, have been compromised to the extent that it stole this election? How do you square that?
Well, so I'm not gonna say because I don't know, but I overheard some IT experts, and they were, I want to say they were talking in front of Congress or somebody of the government about the capability of doing it. I'm gonna see if I can't find it, because it was like yesterday that I saw it. Let me see if I can find it, and maybe I can illustrate what I'm talking about.
Okay, but this is the thing where we don't want to start. Like, I could think that all day long, but I think that it's important that until we have hard fact, proof, or evidence, that we don't be on that.
No. So let me be clear. All I'm saying is the capability is there. That's all I'm saying. The capability is there. Like, there are people that say that's not possible. It is possible. That's all I'm saying.
I get it, but I just feel like it's not a feasible, like, I think that, the things that we do, going forward have to be well thought out, well planned. And I just don't think, like, everything you say, especially as a Democrat with the reputation that we have right now, is going to have to be backed by, like, hard evidence or proof. So, just throwing that out there, even though, it could be, we just can't do that. We just can't do that unless we end up sounding like them.
Also, most of these states had Democratic statewide leadership. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
Democrats were running these elections, so they somehow, they just were too dumb to notice? They didn't pay enough attention? Like what's going on?
Yeah, we can't talk about that, and we definitely can't bring up the fake assassination attempt not too many times in a row. But
So listen, I hear y'all. I believe that the elections were relatively fair until the report that I saw that I sent to Aaron on this app. And I'll find it again. This person, he represents like an agency where they explore fraud and stuff like that. But he's a techie. He's a techie nerd, and he explained in his techie nerd way that he believed that the voting machines, I believe, have been tampered with in some places because of the results. They just were not adding up. And I am truly not qualified to analyze it or to explain it adequately, which is why I just sent the link over. So I will find it and send it over again. That's the only, it was only when I heard that, I was like, this is a problem. And their point in saying that because they wanted access to some of the other states, and their point in even pushing this issue was not to relitigate the presidential election It was to see what we could do to ensure the security of the midterm election. And that's also the only reason why I care. So I'll find it. It was on Roland Martin. I'll find it pretty quickly and I'll drop it in the chat and hopefully, y'all will watch it. But I think like to just think that it's impossible. I mean, you heard Trump and Elon like openly bragging about this shit. That alone should cause some type of concern, right? And even for Donald Trump to be like, I don't know how he did it, you know what I mean? But he did it, it's just like, yeah, I don't know how it was done either. But I'm not putting it off. I mean, we know that there was even voter fraud when Barack Obama was running. That's what I said earlier. But the difference is the Obama campaign said, let's just overwhelm the system. Let's bring out so many voters, right, that their lying, cheating, scamming, fraudulent behavior won't matter. That didn't happen under Kamala Harris's campaign.
I just feel like, I don't necessarily not agree with you, but I feel like that angle, like we can discuss it like amongst ourselves, but when we start like it almost feels like a copycat thing. Like it's like, okay, y'all said it, now we gonna say it too. And I just also want to say to Brooklyn, she said like she believes in fighting fire with fire. I kind of do too, but I would like for you to look at it like this is kind of like a lure. Like if you have, like say you have one fighting style and I have another, and you're luring me to fight in your fighting style that you're good at, and I do it, you're gonna beat my ass as soon as I start fighting like you because that's your fighting style. If I stay in my lane and do what I know how to do, then I have a way better chance of winning. And I think that if we can look at it like this, like we have to resist the urge to try to do what they're doing. For one, it's ignorant, and it just is not. That doesn't play well with smart people. Like we can't do we don't have nobody on the side that can do a Jordan Peterson or a fucking Ben Shapiro because those people are idiots, yo. We just don't have people like that that are willing to put their, I guess, intellect on the line to do that. And largely, we don't have enough gullible people that's gonna go for that. That's gonna be like, yeah, like, stupid shit. Yeah, I'm down for that.
Here's my 3-point plan. Okay. First of all, you can do that stuff you're talking about, Dr. Goss, the votes, the tampering, the fraud, all the techie stuff. And yes, look into it, do it over there. Don't have it be the main thing. Same with the fake assassination. Do it over there. Have somebody else investigate it, whatever. Whatever comes up, but that's not the focus. The focus is on the contract with America, version 2026, where Congress, Democratic Congress, has a plan. This is the plan. It's 3 points, it's 5 points, whatever it is. It's very simple, easy to understand. Everybody can get on board that train, understand what it's about, make it very simple, and make it appeal to pretty much everybody across America, whatever it is. And then my other part 3 is have the fucking Onion do all the parodies of everybody else on the other side and just troll the shit out of them. Thank you.
Anybody want to add?
Yeah, I'll say that, I agree. Unfortunately, oh man, these fucking Republicans. Unfortunately, they set the Democrats up, right? Like, when you know that you have engaged in fraudulent behavior, it is sort of like, like we can't come back and say, oh, you stole the election. Like we know that the election was not stolen from Trump. But because they took that narrative and ran with it, literally caused an insurrection and so on and so forth. Like Just said, it's like kind of like we can't come back and say you stole the election because it would just look like, oh, your person didn't win, and you were fine with the election last time, but now you're not fine with it this time. So I do agree. Like it has to be something. It can't. Unfortunately, it just can't be a part of this campaign. Not like a forefront messaging as a part of this campaign. I definitely believe it has to be looked into because of midterms. I mean, everybody I know this room knows that all of our talking, all of our planning, all of our strategizing to change the messaging, to unite the party, to exclude the naysayers, and all of this. This is all to win the next election. And if there isn't a fair election, what are we gonna do, right? Like this is what this whole conversation is about. Is that we believe inherently that this election it will be all about turnout, and I can only hope the same. And I just want to ask, what if it isn't? That's just that's in the back of my mind. And I'm not trying to fearmonger and be like, this is not going to work, but I'm just looking at the shit that's going down, and there's a whole lot of illegal shit. And thank God for these judges that are doing the work. And I'm just thinking about it. I see the Democrats are fighting all across the board. And I'm just thinking okay, what's the problem? What's the problem? And I guess the problem is we don't have a united message. That's really what it is. Because even with Hakeem is doing what he can do in his position. I disagree with Aram that the Democratic Party is not encouraging people to get out into the streets. There have been actually elected officials who have said, meet us out there. We'll be out there. Maxine Waters, she was, even as old as she is, she was there. What was it at the door? What was it they were knocking on? They were trying to get through. Yeah. I mean, she was there. What do y'all want her to do? I'm just...
But she always gonna step. Whatever's going on, she's definitely stepping.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The people that were doing their congressional job when Ross Baraka got arrested, the congresspersons, they were there. They were fighting. They were doing the right thing. The Democrats have been gearing up to go and inspect Alligator Alcatraz. I don't understand what y'all want these people to do. I see a whole bunch of activity. So I'm just thinking that maybe the problem is we don't have one singular united messaging. Is that it?
That is the problem. The problem is that all of what you just described is reactive. It's not proactive. So if you're waiting until things happen in order to respond to them, that is still the old school way of fighting. That is still the establishment, if we need to frame it, way of fighting. You have to be proactive. You have to be proactive. You have to think outside of the box. That starts with the messaging. That starts with the way that you approach. And I'm being hawkish in terms of how you approach what they're doing. Point out every little thing that they are doing. And then you have to think of some things that they aren't thinking about. Listen, at this point, they are nothing if not predictable. They've already literally written down everything that they're trying to do. So there's a degree of anticipation there's a degree of this that you can anticipate, which means that you can plan for it. So that's the problem I have, is that what's being done, of course, from a legislative aspect, there's very little you can do. But there are peripheral things that you can do that, A, derail the progress, but also show your constituents that you are fighting.
I mean, okay. I don't see that all of this is only reactive. I think that's a part of my issue. And
okay, that's not. How so?
Well, so for one, the Democrats were warning everybody, right? First of all, tried anyway. They warned people about 2025, put out a gigantic children's book at the DNC, right? Had working groups reading Project 2025, had Black men in barbershops reading Project 2025. I mean, all of those things are proactive, right? Then Donald Trump wins. And I mean, I'm sorry, something else. There was a lot of teaching about how tariffs were not going to work. That tariffs are, anyway, the way that Donald Trump was trying to do tariffs was only going to depress the economy, was only going to increase prices. They were teaching about how the cost of the tariffs were going to go to the consumer and, not in terms of the businesses the way Donald Trump was speaking. I mean, that work was happening. That was proactive. And these are all things like before.
She said about that, like, even about the housing, like, she made a plan. They said, "Oh, it was too complicated for the tech thing." A lot of people don't understand it. The big beautiful bill is the most complicated tax plan known to man, and everybody, yeah, and it ran these things like she did everything. She made a plan for black people. They said, "Oh, she don't have nothing for black men." She rolled out a plan for them. She explained it. She had Obama like all these things were proactive. The thing is, and the reason why I know that people just don't want to listen, this is the main reason why I know. When when they were both, doing their stump speeches and going around the country, where did all the Gaza protesters go? They went to her speech. They never went to no Trump rallies. They never stopped him from speaking. They just harassed her at every set. Now, fast forward a couple of months, this nigga is playing the fucking Gestapo for Israel. The same man who was I want people to stop dying. Like, so like all of these things were preemptive. So I just think like we just got to stop giving people the credit of like they get it and they're still saying fuck that, we don't fuck.
No, I agree that in terms of the way that it was approached prior to election, that there were things, and to be fair, I think that there were things that could have been done differently there. I mean, listen, there is a hyper focus on Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan that doesn't resonate with people. There's too much of and I agree that needs to be part of an issue, but part is the operative word. There needs to be a focus on the people who actually vote for you. The people who are in the sphere, people who vote for you, and there's just not enough being done because they're looking at it in terms of state and not in terms of persons and not in terms of turnout. There are 55% of us live, and when I'm speaking more specifically to black people, we live in the South. Why are you not in Louisiana? Why are you not in North Carolina, which to their credit they were? Why have you not dumped more dollars into Georgia? Why have you not dumped more dollars into Mississippi to turn out voters? To turn voters to do, and I'm not even just talking about during election. I'm talking about now, where you could be educating voters on the process, what is happening in their state, why you need to get your ass up and go out and vote, because you need to present a plan to these people that makes sense to them. That is not being done. There are substantive critiques that we can lodge against our party to say that they're not doing because we want them to do better, not as a critique of what they're not doing. Not as a scolding of what they're not doing.
But I honestly think it's built to ass time. I think people have to see, because the plan, people don't give a fuck about a plan. They don't care. Like, they really, really do not give. Either they don't care or they're not able to understand or grasp a plan, or they don't plan in their real life, so it doesn't mean anything. But I really think
this belt to ass period that we about to go through, especially if you're not making over a certain amount of money, if you hadn't done, you know, what you were supposed to do in life or whatever, and you on the outs and you tried that shit voting for Trump, you're about to learn in real fucking time why that wasn't. And so, and because we told them niggas, Quinn, how many, we used to be in there like 4 o'clock in the morning, like, so, but don't you understand, this affects this, brother, and you know this is gonna, and it all, fuck them, get them gay niggas and all them fucking Mexicans, and that's all niggas wanted to do.
All they were concerned about was the fact that Trump had let a couple of people out of jail in those PPP loans. That's the only reason that they voted for him.
No, that's not. And then a nigga got Larry Hoover out and fucking Big Meech when he did his partners. Right. Like, you can tell those are surgical, like, precision things. Like, to get Larry Hoover and Big Meech out, that is the most niggery appeal I can ever think of. Like, yeah, I mean, god damn. Like, when I heard that and I said, as soon as I, went to work the next day, they like, big told. Like, it's so easy to appeal. Like, they're so easily impressed. If we come, and so we seen when we said, you can get a house and you get $25,000, a home where you can build equity. Niggas don't know what equity is. Niggas don't care about that stuff. They don't. Like, it sounds like, to me and you, it sounds like, oh, that's fire. Like, yeah, let's do that. These niggas don't care.
Well, here's the thing. So I agree with you. I agree with you fundamentally. But the problem is so the main question is this: do you want to reach people or don't you? That's where we have to start. No. So if we're going to do that, then what we have to do is that can't start during election time. The reason why dude was able to launch the campaign that he was, meaning Trump, he was able to do that the way that he was because he started in fucking 2020 for 2024. And that means that in whatever capacity, and I'm not suggesting that we do it the same way that they've done it, not at all. What I'm saying is that the methodology has to be the same. You have to engage your people before election time comes around, so that when election time comes around, all you're doing is instructing them, not trying to convince them of what you're trying to do. There's nothing being done in between those, like right now. There are very little, and there's nothing, if there is something I've not seen, and I pay very close attention, there's nothing being done to reach out to these people to show them the entire concentration and the entire conversation is about what is being done. That is reactive. That's not proactive. Proactive is going out and talking to these people in these poor neighborhoods about the education, about the lack of health care, about the lack of action that's happening in their neighborhoods, and showing them what you are going to do in order to be able to make their situation different than it is. We can talk about the reason why those things appeal to us just is because we can take advantage of them. These people don't even see that far. That is how far outside of the process they are. We have to be realistic about where they are and meet them where they are. So and I'm not talking about in Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin and Michigan, because those people, as far as I'm concerned, are fucking incorrigible. They're going to do whatever they think that they can do in the interim, and they're uneducated voters. But I'm talking about the people down here where it can make a difference. Well, it is, because they clearly vote outside of their interests on a regular basis.
Well, don't you think we're? Let me ask you this: wait, has just wherever you are, in the country, has your congressperson held a town hall? And did people come out? Has that happened yet?
We have senators who are we have Democratic senators, so we haven't seen it. But I mean, in terms of the Republican reps, I have not heard that. But I'm also not a Republican. I haven't seen them on TV.
No, not Republican, Democratic. The Democrat.
Oh, Democrats, no. I don't think that that's been the case at all.
Wow, because see, my
Now, I could be wrong about that, to be fair.
I want y'all to look it up because my congressperson held a town hall. It was packed. People came from all over the city. And basically, she just outlined, like, this is what they're trying to do. We are outnumbered. I'm going to fight as best as I can. I'm going to do such and such and such. And this is what I need from you. I mean, it was just as plain as day. Look that up. Because I know, we can't be everywhere all the time. But I think that's important.
As older people, I think we have a blind spot, and I've noticed that the way we think and the way what we value and what we're up against, which is like manosphere culture, and it's a global thing. Like it's really, really super anti-intellectualism. Like it's very everything that makes sense. It's why, and then you have another culture of like I call them the hissy fitters that a lot of them are leftists. And I'm just being real.
That is very true.
That want to take their ball and go the fuck home when shit don't go their way. And Republicans do not do that. Now, what I can say about them is no matter how centrist the Republican and how right wing the Republican, when it's time to vote, they're going to vote for whoever's in that red spot. The leftists think that there's like another option or a Green Party. We're not there yet, and that's another like just large blaring issue. Is like like you could be left. I'm left, but we have to understand that doing the whole like Bernie bro thing or like not voting or voting for a third, that's dumb. And we don't even get a monicum of what we were trying to get when we started out by doing something, because we don't, it's not exactly what we wanted. So I just think that when you up against the manosphere, what I do agree with you about, Quinn, is the planning part as far as starting out. But I just don't think I don't think letting anyone know what we're doing or trying to like explain to people is gonna work. You just gotta do it, and then in the background, and then when it's time to vote, look, this is already in place, baby. We just need you to go up here and press this button. That's it. A lot of people are at this toddler syndrome where, hey, tax on tips, go press the button, because that's the type of stuff that reads with them. No tax, even though they don't know the parameters around that, or that it has to be cash tips and that there's a cap on it or whatever. We need like very, very simple things like that, like no tax on tip, no shoes in the house, like super real basic. Not okay, when you file your taxes, you're gonna get $25,000 back, but that's because on your line items, niggas do not understand that. Niggas is not filing taxes and shit like that. It need to be simple, basic shit, and honestly, if it gotta be a little bit of a lie, that's fine too. If it gotta be a little bit of a I'm sorry.
It should be big lies. Fuck what you talking about. It should be
like, bro, this tax on tips was a big ass lie, bro. If I gotta say something and then the rest is in fine print, that's fine. That's fine.
Big lies.
I'm trying to get
trying to legalize marijuana. Tell them that you want to make sure we want to push universal health care. We want all of those things. That's what we want universal basic income. Say all of that. Say all of that. Because that is what people listen to. Whether they think it's or not.
But then you gonna have Democrats that's gonna say, I ain't trying to feed everybody. It's some Democrats that's hella conservative in that way too.
Yeah, but it ain't many of them though. Fuck.
But they can just shut. But what they can do is what the Republicans Republican
Just shut
who
up.
are like that, and just be quiet. And when it's time to vote, just vote. You ain't gotta agree. Cool. That's
Exactly. Shut up.
You know what I'm saying? Just shut up.
Charge these people who are wealthy the proper taxes. That's what they need to do.
You can tell that lie too, but that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but and then how do you plan on doing that? That's a much. That's again. It's just lie. Tell lies.
Like an 8-pronged approach. Like you need. That's what I was telling them earlier. Like you need your conscious leads. Like to me, those are the Democrats that are actually doing the work where it hits, because they're online with the you know, on with where all the stuff is going on. So they're attacking it at, you know, at where it starts. But I just think the old 90s, you know, style, okay, this is the plan. Isn't this sophisticated? This is beautiful. Look, and then this will be the outcome.
Well, you know what they
It's
can
not that
do.
smart no more.
You know what they can do now, because they can be like, hey, guess what we're going to do? We are going to make everything cheaper for you, because we are going to get rid of most, if not all, of the tariffs impacting you. So now we got that. Oh, and by the way, we're going to keep the taxes the same that they were during the Clinton and Obama administration, and that we're going to put that money into helping you have more affordable health care, bring back more Medicaid for people, and we're going to fix the shit that the Republicans broke over the last couple of years. And woo, look at
they should. You know what a good law would be? A national, legalize weed and a national rent freeze. Baby, will be good. If you say a national rent freeze, knowing good and well you can't. That's fine. That's fine. You ain't gotta be able to do it.
All right.
You ain't gotta be able to do it.
Just say cheaper houses. Cheaper houses for everybody.
Mom Dami is. You think Mom Dami is about to get a freeze? Yes, wait on it.
Because
wait on it.
Hey, you guys, real quick. Wait, real quick. Sorry. Wait, you guys, real quick. Sorry, because I did find the link and I put it in the chat. It says where the Nevada ballots change. That is data expert something. That is Roland Martin's show, and that is the person that I like. He made me perk up and listen in terms of the election fraud. So please just copy that. Just watch it for me. Watch it for yourself. You know, just tell me what you think, because their goal, they looked at Nevada and they wanted some access to some other states, because what they found in Nevada was just really like the pattern of it. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a self-described data nerd. So I just please get that, tuck it in your pocket. And I'm sorry that Aaron is not here and that Aaron is not here, but I will try to grab them when they come back. But anyway, I just wanted to go ahead. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to think a bunch of lies. I'm gonna tell to start spreading.
Cheaper air flights so you can visit your family. Cheaper gas price.
$25,000 check for everybody.
And you gotta ignore the transgender thing. Like, I wouldn't even be like, that's all of that. What is a woman? What is a woman? An adult female? Next question. Like, stop letting them do that shit to y'all. I mean, because that's literally the now that's literally the Webster's Dictionary terminology. Listen, what I learned today, Brooklyn, is I have come over the hill. That young, I'm all for the cause and everything. But I'm still for everything. But bitch, they tried to tell me I was misgendering JD because he's non-binary. Man, miss me with that shit. Miss me with that shit. I'm not about to play them fucking games.
That's right, Democrats.
That tiptoe and shit. Because there's people that's really actually going through, really fuck out of here, man. And that to me, that's the plan and shit that I don't got time for. That's how we fuck up, doing stupid shit like that. It's actual people going through actual things, and your big ass, man, go on.
But listen, that's exactly what I was going through. You know what I mean? A few weeks ago.
And you know what I was going to tell you about that because the thing is, look, you can be fucking like sensitive and understanding and everything. We are humans, you know what I'm saying? But like all that like you, how can you be responsible for another man's homophobia? Like, you know what I mean? And I don't believe in. I get that. I have to learn that homophobia is a thing that the new gays have like this distaste for, and I get it, but that's the landscape. It's like me being black. A lot of people are not gonna like me because I'm black. I'm gay, so the homophobia is not going nowhere.
That's two strikes.
So me sitting around in a room talking to other, like, these people are, man, if you don't go read that bitch or you know, like, oh God, they're homophobic. So the fuck what? I'm so tired of that. Like, do something about it. Like, but repeating that someone is homophobic when we all know that's like the default way for niggas to be. And like, don't tell me and like cook them, read them, like find something to say about them.
Or make it every fucking thing homophobic too. And so who are every goddamn thing homophobic?
Remember, I wasn't even there. I wasn't even there. You see what I'm saying? Like, and like you said.
Yeah, I didn't like that shit. That was stupid.
I was just like, y'all, I live. Do you understand? I live and work in a black working class community. I experience homophobic statements, actions all the time. I mean, you know, I'm not saying it's rampant, but like it's as common as water running. Like if you work in the community, you're gonna hear some bullshit, and it just is what it is. And I'm like, you know,
and it's a way to be and educate and like and what I don't. And this is the other thing that I have a problem. I guess we're calling it online feminism. Look, being mean to every man that you come across with is not feminism. I'm so sorry. It's just not. Like, and I'm just, and then, like, I can't reply to you because then I'm sexist. But you just cursed me out because you don't like your dad. I don't have nothing to do with that, ma'am. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, that's just not what I think. What I'm basically trying to say is things need to be authentic. Like, stop doing these things because like as your reaction and then treating people like shit, like that's what I've been noticing. Like a lot of the people that say they're feminists, not all, but and you know, some of the other, you know, real feminists, I guess, explain to me how it works. Yeah, they just like
they just hurt people.
You being trashy to me and I ain't do nothing to you is not, you know, expanding feminine. You know, that's just not, because I ain't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But that type of like fragility, that is a real like problem with, I think, on the left side.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's performative and self-righteous also. And
it's so draining, Scotty.
It's so draining because if you live long enough, like if you live long enough, like some of us have, you realize, look, this is just how the world fucking works, and hopefully you can make a dent in it so it's a little better and stop finger wagging at people so we can fucking get the things that we want out of society and get out of here.
Yeah. And you just work with the people that you can work with, and everybody else, you invite them to come along. But I mean, in my experience, change has always happened from basically a minority group of people have been at the vanguard, of the change, and then other people, they'll come in when things get rolling, and then things become more popular and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, most of the work is done by a small core of people. Yeah. So, that's why I'm just like, yeah, I know you're homophobic. I know you are, you know what I mean? I'm looking and I'm like, but at the same time, guess what? We're going to get these human rights. So I don't give a fuck about your homophobia, because I'm going to make sure that this person still has the health care they need, the food they need, the housing they need. And you will come along eventually, or maybe you won't, but you're not going to impede this person's life.
We need to do a Find Your Tribe campaign.
What?
Find like-minded people. Go ahead.
And I'm also going to say the visual representation of this fucking fuck shit, and I'm saying this at 3 a.m. I don't really fucking care. Is the fucking the gay flag, which is the rainbow flag. Rainbow's supposed to be for every fucking buddy. That means trans. That means bi. That means all this shit. And now what they've been doing to the flag is mocking it up to this ugly fucking thing that nobody wants to fly because all these colors clash. It's not even good to look at. They got these arrows, these circles, these colors that don't even make sense. Bring back the old rainbow flag. I'm done.
She's like, no, I didn't know that was happening. I didn't know that was happening, Scotty.
I'm just saying.
That was happening either.
No, it's terrible. The flag looks terrible.
I agree with what you said just about the trans group of people. This is excluding the gays and the lesbians and the bis. They kind of censored themselves in the last election. It was like, and if you said anything that was, if you didn't agree with something that was, you were a bad person, you were transphobic, and that was like the worst thing to be, to the point where Ketanji couldn't even say what a woman was, just outright say, that's an adult female woman, adult female girl, whatever. Like, I think that, first of all, I'm everybody phobic, so do with it as you will. I'm gonna talk my shit. I don't really care, and I don't really mean nothing by it. And a lot of times that happens, especially amongst us Black people. We pop shit. We don't mean anything by it all the time. Sometimes we do, but all the time we don't mean anything by it. But it might not come out as nice and neat as you want it to be. And I see that a lot happening, like, because it's not said or it's not.
Well, it's about being reasonable, Brooklyn, to me.
I'm really right. I think
and so I think
you should be reasonable, right?
Yeah, but so if you come like a person like Thug Bully, or people that are disingenuous, that want to say hateful shit, but if you say you don't understand all the what goes on with gay people or whatever, and you might say some shit that's offensive. That's wrong or whatever. But if you're not saying it out of malice, I can talk to you. I can have a conversation with you and not try to shade you because you may not know. So
that's how I think that's how I was.
And I think that's where
came about.
But I think that's where it's a lot of trans people that I grew up with, right? That had to really get out here and get it. Had rough, real, and they ain't nobody handing nothing. Wasn't no trans rights. Wasn't no nothing. They had to really get out here and become make themselves a decent person. You know what I mean? And this is the same with gays. And that's why I can get along with other straight people. These people live in silos. They don't want to talk to nobody outside of that. If somebody disagree with them, it's it's just you're not informed, and it makes people want to be mean to them. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Because it's you acting like you're treating me in a way, and I'm trying to be understanding. I just think we have to be real. And as a gay person, I feel like people don't be saying it because nobody want to hurt no feelings. But fuck all that,
to the intellectuals, though, they do the same thing to the people that's not so intellectually sound. They shun them. They talk crazy to them. They call them stupid. They do all of the things and kind of bully them for having an opinion different from their own. It's where it's like everybody wants to be right, and if you're not right, you kind of get ganged up on if you're not a part of the popular opinion of things, and that shit.
And it's a lot of people.
But let's be real. It's as far as I'm concerned, same sex, same problems. I mean, what is uniquely problematic? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. I really want to know what is uniquely different for someone who is of a different, I don't know, I can't say it, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I mean, there are differences. If just like there, if you're black or whatever.
But let me just finish what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, what as far as because I look at it as like terrorism, right? It's a certain parts of the culture, and I'm talking about the LGBTQ culture, that's downright dangerous. Like your life is on the line, right? How is that different from other groups that have experienced terror in this country?
It's way different. You have to look at the numbers. If you look at how trans women are killed, the rate at which trans women are killed, it's vastly higher than almost any other group in any other group in the country. So I mean, like you have to be. That's what I'm saying about being reasonable. You should be able to look at the stats, understand. Okay, this is not a tough life to live. Also, the person should be able to say, hey, you are a straight woman or man, you have never lived this experience. As long as you're not trying to like violate me or be disrespectful intentionally, we can have a conversation. We can be reasonable, and then maybe we can come to like an understanding. But if either side is going to be obtuse, aggravating, and antagonizing, then we're not going to get nowhere. And I mean, and that's if the straight person comes and tries to pick
this woman stuff. I don't like being called.
Well, you don't like science.
This woman.
You don't like science.
I don't like science
because that's a scientific term. It's not nothing that gay people made up to call you. This is a scientific term. It's not a derogatory term. Okay, well, you can look it up. It's been around since 1906.
These labels.
Yes. A cis woman.
I mean,
it's okay.
Use that.
It's not a label. It's an actual description. It's not a. Well, then you don't understand.
Okay.
If you're offended by a scientific term.
All my life, listen, I'm probably the only.
That doesn't mean that's not. Okay, great.
But all my life, I've just been a woman. Why can't I just be a woman?
You still are a woman. Nobody's changing the fact that you're a woman.
It's an example, though.
It's a descriptor. I'm a cis man. No, it's not. No, it's not, because nobody's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. And you see, this be the stupid shit that y'all do and then want to try to. Look at you. I said what you're doing and saying is stupid. And yes, it is stupid. If you're being presented with scientific fact and you just, it's how you feel. It's not. It's not how you feel. It's literally not. So if you want to continue to be like, well, it's not. If that's what you want to continue to do, then yeah, that's stupid. And I mean, I just got to tell you that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to learn to not be as offensive as I normally am.
Why?
It takes a lot of.
Why?
Because the New York in me, I just be saying anything, Scotty. You know that.
I know.
I really don't be giving a fuck about how people feel, but then I had to realize that I really do care how people feel to a certain extent. Because sometimes it just goes too far. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's just like too much. But I could meet you in the middle. I don't have a problem with meeting people in the middle. Like respectfully, I could, you know what I'm saying? Like just because I like people overall, I don't have to. I really don't care about people's sexual orientation or what they do, you know, in their personal lives. I understand how to not be as offensive in speech as I used to be.
Well, I wish you wouldn't change on here. I don't care what you do in the real world, so maybe you're talking about that. But on this app, yeah, I don't need you measured, okay?
Okay. No, I'm saying like, so Scotty, I'm talking about like, with the trans conversations that we had on Clubhouse in the first season, because I really didn't know much. I was around in community with trans people, but they wasn't really they didn't talk like how people are talking nowadays. There wasn't no they them and none of that, and that was where the confusion came in. And even though I know cisgender, like cis is a scientific term, it wasn't used on a regular basis. So I had to come to an understanding that this is the way that we are right now, and it took some time, but I had a good person to show me, you know, to be a better person when it comes to that, like not be as offensive and not be ignorant.
Yeah, because like I wouldn't be like, oh, look at Brooklyn, that cis woman. Like, no, I would only say that if I'm different, delineating you from a trans woman. That's the only reason it's ever needed.
Yeah,
so that's why when people say it's a derogatory term, now I get that some people don't like it and people will say it and people don't like it, and I get how that can work because we're not dumb. You know, but you can't. You also can't turn around and just go against science. Like I'm a cis man
I think what you're saying is a little misleading, though, because the prefix cis has been used in scientific terminology long before the term cisgender became widely known. So I just think
what
the prefix.
It just means
was used in science long before cisgender became a widely known thing, which was around 2007.
No, this term has been around since 1906. Now.
Well, that's not what I'm reading.
The term has been around, but it wasn't used. So
because you only have.
Here's the thing. You have to come out of that old school way of thinking. We're in modern times. You understand? So you have to, it's a lot of things that you can still not do, or you might not be too happy about, but you gotta fucking get with the times. It's called evolving. You have to evolve.
But it's also like being mad if somebody say, oh, you blood type O. It's literally the same thing. It's it's just a part. It's just a description of it's not that serious, and it's not like when a doctor uses it, and it's not to even it's not even a degrading term. All it means is, and I'm a cis man. It just means I don't deviate from the sex that I was born as. That's it. I don't. It's not an offensive term.
We're not even asking you to use it. When it's used in a way to be derogatory.
Well, how can you use cis? How can you? What do you mean you're not going to take it?
In conversation with people, if it's used in a way to dismiss you or to disrespect you, that's how it's going to come off. I could care less about it, really, but it's just it's like the I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of.
I don't see a way for them to use it to disrespect the person.
Unless you don't understand it.
Unless in that conversation you may have been saying, "Oh, I don't like being called cis," and then somebody say it to you, to be funny because they feel like you trying to be funny. That's the only way I can see it being offensively used, because I've seen that happen. You understand? So what I'm saying is, I'm a woman. I don't really give a fuck. Like, if that's what you're using with the script of me, as long as you know that's what I am, I'm fine with it. It's not even that serious.
But you're probably the same woman that doesn't mind being called a bitch. You absolutely right.
Cis women is not equivalent for allegory to a bitch.
You're right, but she's right though. I don't mind being called a bitch.
What I'm saying is, a cis woman or a cisgender is literally fortifying and validating what women have. It's delineating you from trans women. It's literally like saying you are a bio woman.
I'm fine with it. I'm not gonna let it change my life. But to be perfectly honest, because I'm an older woman, and that's probably what it is, I find it disrespectful.
No, but you don't have to use it, and it
No, I
shouldn't have to be
don't. I
offended.
know. This just for this conversation. I'll probably never talk about it again.
No, good, right. So therefore, it shouldn't really bother you because people use it in the context of when we're having a conversation when trans people evolve. Otherwise, I don't really give a fuck. I'll call Brooklyn a woman all day long, from here to eternity, and she can call herself a woman all day long, and I don't fucking care. And the only time I bring up, Brooklyn's a cis woman, is because we're talking with a bunch of trans people, we're talking about the subject of trans people, and it actually comes up. But I would never even say it. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's so.
I wouldn't even think of it. Like, I forget about the term so much because I usually say bio woman. A lot of people hate that, but that's what I usually say.
Anything but natural born, I guess.
I mean, what do you mean, natural born? Like,
exactly what
like,
don't need all that.
This is another thing.
We have six.
But here's the thing, ma'am. You don't. No shade. You are a woman, but you don't run womanhood. You don't get to say what the rules are around it. Just like I don't run manhood. I'm a man.
I agree.
I'm a man. What, girl? You didn't want me to interrupt you, but you really, you real chatty when I'm talking.
I just don't think that none of this shit matters, to be honest with you.
It don't.
It doesn't even fucking matter. Like, what? Why are we here?
A lot of people's personality is hinged on their gender.
Yeah,
and mine is not, so I don't care.
It always devolves into fucking body parts. I'm sick of this shit. We gotta move on.
But to get back to what Just was saying, this is one of the reasons why we lost on that premise, because it's people that think like her, and then it's people that think like us, and
then it's the new people, that JD and them crew. I'm gonna just be real. They are new to this information. They like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try to.
I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up.
Go ahead, shut.
I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up.
Y'all love lame ass people. Like, y'all really, really love. You talking about, go ahead, Shelby.
Oh, I thought she did something today.
I knew she did.
I didn't know she was.
Go ahead, Just what you was saying.
Yeah, like that have this new information, and then all right, you found out about trans people. Now you trans the next day, and now you got all these rules and regulations. Go talk to my gay mother, who's been a trans woman for 34 years and has walked the streets of New York and Atlanta. And those are people who have put in work and deserve these types of respect. And have really this versus somebody that's gonna be like, I just learned this, and you can't say this, that, and that, and that, and this, and that to me.
Right, it's the old school games. It's the old school trick queens versus the new school queens, and the new school queens are fucking victims of every fucking circumstance, just like the new school motherfucking what you call it,
the new straight black man,
and the new straight black men, the new feminists too. They just
everybody's a victim and fragile.
Victims like everybody.
You're homophobic, bitch.
Yeah, and it's annoying because I've always known gays and trans people, and you can basically say all kinds of shit. They gonna read you for filth. And y'all gonna move the fuck on, and y'all might be cool later
right in your place.
Exactly. And
girl, I'm not giving you no political message. I'm gonna read your ass, bitch.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck what you think. And
and
by the way, like gay men, you all over the spectrum. You'd have the feminine, you have the butch, you're the masculine, all these fucking things. And now, if a gay guy's a little bit feminine, all of a sudden he's like non-binary. Like, get the fuck out.
Us baby boomers are gonna die off anyway. Y'all can call each other bitches.
Wait a minute, hold on.
All that shit.
Snap, hold on 1 second. Now that is the problem. Now that I don't even think the trans people was a problem outside of the people crying about bathroom spaces and shit that didn't even make no sense. But the people, to me, that was the problem. And I'm sorry, because I'm about to be phobic again. Was the non-binaries. I listen, because
I don't even understand what that means.
I don't either. Like,
And it's not for me, but I'm okay with not understanding. Like, I'm okay with being like, that's what you want to do? What I'm not mad at
you're not gonna break me down for me.
Yeah, but you're not finna like, oh, I'm a that little girl. Go ahead now. What's your name? Just tell me your name, cause my aunt was a grammar teacher. I will be fucked up and you'll be mad at me. Just tell me, what is it? Shaquita, great. I'll call you.
Right.
Because we ain't gonna do this.
They the ones and then they'll break you down and argue
and
with
then the crazy part is, I'm all gay. Scotty's all gay. They will eat us up. Yeah. And then here's the thing. Instead of being like, thank you, older days, for fighting the good fight and allowing us to be this petty, us to have this luxury to just to piddle and do, because I guarantee you, me and Scotty wasn't tripping about that, or the homophobic lady and her being around. We didn't have that.
Gay sex was illegal.
we didn't have that. But instead of, they just say, y'all are old and y'all have did this and girl, please, you bitches would not even be able to be whining like this if it wasn't for us. So, look, you be what you want to be. If you want to be a picture frame, bitch, so have at it. I don't give a fuck. But don't be, if I make a mistake and call you, by your, don't try to eat me up about it.
I wouldn't say anything to you because I know your position. But in my own silence, I wouldn't particularly like it. I wouldn't be like,
Well, why do you not like something that doesn't have nothing to do with you?
We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm asking. Why does it, like, if somebody is something that doesn't affect me, why do you, like, how do you not like it? It's like, okay, cool. Do you? I know right? Like, I don't like it or dislike it. It don't got nothing to do with me. That's just my attitude about things.
I mean, am I supposed to think like you? No.
I just think you should mind your business.
I do.
That's exactly what people should do.
I just think, like, having an opinion on somebody's sexual life is, like, crazy to me.
I promise you, that's what everybody.
You just said you don't like it.
It's my life.
Fucking business.
It's actually their life. You see, you see how you take these things but you can't flip them because you say, it's my life. No, it's actually their life. You're in their business. like you literally, you have these feelings about something that ain't got nothing to do with you.
If I were to refer to someone as a bitch and they don't like being called a bitch, to me it's the same thing.
As what?
Never mind. Good grief.
That's being called sis. But that's stupid.
Being called sis?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what she's comparing it to.
That's a you problem. I don't know.
Bitch is a derogatory term.
But you know what, y'all? Scotty and Jess. You know what else? Wait, hold on.
From your perspective.
Snap. Let me say something real quick. I think a lot of this is, but it's not really that we old school neither. I think it's because we New Yorkers. I think that might make the difference because we don't give a fuck about a lot of shit. People talk crazy to you on a daily basis there, so you numb to it. It's like you just know how to talk shit back and move the fuck on. And I don't
you
think
can't
the rest
get
of
me
the
to
country.
care about no faggot or no nigga word. I'm so sorry.
I don't think me neither. I don't think the rest of the country is.
You just can't. I don't care.
I don't care neither.
I just don't. Like I might read you or whatever, but.
Ooh, I don't care. And it's like the rest of the country, they just not on that. They sensitive. Or they more sensitive.
They like, oh, you had homophobic people on your stage. No, that's how they was doing Dr. Goddess. And I was just like, let me just be quiet. Or whatever. And they was like, you had homophobic. And I'm like, how the fuck she supposed to know? Like, is she supposed to like stand there with a fucking taser like, hey, have you committed? Are you homophobic, xenophobic, phobic? Like, man, go on with that.
And
That
then
is
what
just too
black
much
side?
work.
No,
And I
you know
don't
what
even know
makes
if
the
the
black
black
side?
side
Is the black side
just
supposed to be homophobic too?
Wait,
Who?
who?
The black side.
The black side, is that a person? I don't know.
Yeah. His name is D and then black and then CYDE.
I don't know.
He's been on, like, he's been on these. I didn't know if he was supposed to be, because I don't even know him. I don't know him at all.
I don't know.
My thing, and this is why I fuck with you, Dr. Goddess, because you always been real chill, real, like, very even. Same with you, Brooklyn. The only time I'm ever gonna get upset is when somebody is allowed to say something homophobic and you don't let me get back at them. As long as you let me get my shit out, baby, we ain't got nothing to do with you. You are not responsible for anything, especially another motherfucking man says. I would never do that. So I feel like you sat on stage, you listened, you were very, to me, you listen for what, because bitch, I would have said, girl, fuck y'all, and dipped. But you listened, you were open. I think you did your best. I ain't see nothing wrong with what you did. I sat there and I observed, because I was just like, they're really tripping about this person that they don't know. Like, they don't know. Like, and he's whack. Like, cook him, roast him, or whatever, or just, like, ignore him. But crying and saying a person is homophobic like half the world ain't is just bananas to me.
And, I mean, it's also... it's just so many different layers, but it's also like how everything went down. And I know you will understand this because you've addressed this to a lot of different people, that like if you go on there, I'm gonna go there with you, or if you're just cut me off, I'm gonna talk about you cut me off. If you know what I mean, if you insulted me, I'm gonna throw out an insult. And it was just kind of like the way that I heard it was, he kept being told he needs to apologize, and he was like, I'm not apologizing for nothing, and they were just like telling him, you better apologize, and then he told his co-mod to play, I'm pretty sure I think it was Buju Banton's No Apologize. Or, you know what I mean? And it's just like, I'm sure that Bati Boy was said in the lyrics somewhere as well, because I'm just like, I'm not familiar with that song. I thought he had played Boom Boom Bye Bye, and that's
none of that, like,
around.
Dr. Goddess, that just is like, what are you gonna do about that?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, it's kind of like, I'm like, y'all had like that really deep kind of internal battle, and it was all because he was just like, who's that guy in the Woman King that was like more feminine, you know what I mean? And it's just like, he was bothered by it apparently, and people were mad. They were mad that he was bothered by it, which I think is, it's fine. You could interrogate that, you know what I mean? But it's just, I'm just like, I wasn't even fucking there. Like, y'all, like, y'all, but I get it, right? Because I am seen as somebody who is, I am a Libra, literally. And I'm seen as the person who's going to hear people out, that's going to be fair, generally make the right decision, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, I get that. And maybe there's a I have a bit of a bias, which I explained to them before. This is the part that made me mad, is I had explained to them before that this is somebody who protected me on the app when I was under attack. I mean, every single day, like, Jess, I just met you this year, I think. I mean, not, like for a year. And it's just like, just imagine being on Clubhouse and you look out in the hallway and it's like 2 rooms with my name in it. Like, Dr. Goddess is a anti-Black American B or anti-ADOS hoe. Like they would just make up stuff constantly. Just imagine being like, when you come to Chicago, we gonna deal with you and shit like that. Like, and I mean, he protected me in that era. And for that reason, that's why I give him some grace. I talk to him and stuff like that. That's why we're cool. And I was like, you're not going to get me to give up somebody like that on this particular app. We never even met.
But I'm just saying.
Well, we
like,
all cool with homophobes. Even the gays are cool. I'm not cool, but I'm in community. I'll talk to homophobes. I've had conversations with Concrete. He's homophobic. I mean, several people. I've had conversations with them.
He just
yeah, just
more
but
he's homophobic, you know.
I feel like that's not even reality to sit here because one, I always talk. You know, one thing me and my friends are always like real big on is like how we treat and interact with women because sometimes it could like switch over, like like women can be disrespectful, valid, but sometimes when there's that confrontation or situation, like in that situation, I feel like it went over to like, okay, so now y'all about to interrogate this black woman by herself, like and she's not even barking on y'all. So now you're doing what you're coming to somebody about an injustice, but then you're going to commit one too. I don't like that, and I don't like when people like, because then it's like, all right, so are you mad about the problem, or you just wanted to like press somebody? You know what I mean? Like, I don't have no problem with them saying, oh hey, whatever to you, but I felt like the putting you down and that's unnecessary, and it just to me is like it makes me question the actual motive of the conversation. Like, okay, so did you want to have this conversation? Because I mean, I guess that's valid or whatever to have the conversation about it. I would have, but I think then like the things that was just being said, and that's why like I knew like, okay, me and them are probably gonna have, because this is like all this ages and see these old people and when these old and they say it about me and oldest too, but it's like y'all are actually dumb. Y'all actually don't know a lot. And y'all are like taking these things and like acting like people of age don't know anything.
And they think because they just finished a fucking course on
Bell Hooks book.
Right. Get the fuck out of here. Try living a life and experience shit. Then you may learn shit. I'm so tired of the academic fucking nonsense people on this app who have
all the scholarship. Bitch, tell me what you've been through. And so that's just the thing. Like, I don't believe in like, bitch, my mother's straight. My father, she like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't hate straight people, like, you know what I mean? And doing that, just like I don't like when the feminists do the whole I hate straight. It just like, you just come across bitter and unreasonable.
And I haven't done anything to any of them. So that's why I was just like, oh, I see kind of like where this is going. So let me just start cussing the people out, just from the start. Because like West African girl, never done nothing to her. She just started off with attitude. Literally from the day I met her, it was just nothing but shade, nothing but disrespectful shit. And like, I ignored it for a long time. I mean, I told you, this app changed me. Like, a lot of people would be like, Dr. Goddess is the most patient person on this damn app. I was literally more patient than I am now. And it's just like, her, Dr. Library Card, and her bullshit. I'm like, I ain't going for it, because you do a whole lot of shady shit. Then you want to act like you innocent. Oh, I just did, I mean, I just like, I'm not going for it. So like, if we just going, if we don't have a relationship, you know what I mean? And y'all feel like y'all could just,
and as you old and we geriatric, man.
Yeah, and I mean, they literally were like, she's 60. I was like, 60? I was like, y'all crazy. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with being 60 or nothing. You know what I mean? I mean, Dr. A.G. has openly said her age. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, there's nothing wrong with it. But like, y'all you just making up shit. And it just got to the point where I've
and I just seen they did it to you, Goat, Sunny, and then I'll be like in there and I'll just be hearing the stuff they say, and I'm like, oh, y'all really hate older people. And what's her name? The girl, Kristen, like, it's just a culmination of things. Like, she's just been like it for a whole month. She called me a stragged. Girl, you don't know me from Adam.
Oh my God!
But you keep saying stuff like that in the thing. Yeah, she is.
So she feels like it's okay to use that slur.
Well, no, astragged, because she said that I'm a
right, like
I try to appeal
for the straight people. Yeah, like a straight Misha, basically.
Never been me. You know, that's never been my thing. But also, ma'am, you don't know me.
I don't think
you don't know me from Adam, and you think that you can say that to me. Now let it go, because I already know. But she kept doing it. Now, if I say anything to you, I'm gonna be sexist. I'm gonna be this. I'm gonna be that. But you are the most disrespectful person to me on this app. Have been several times. I mean, it's been so many times I'll be like, yo, you did really good not saying nothing to her. Because normally you would have lit someone on fire for the type of, like, just her overall tone and demeanor. And somebody recording. But she did it to go, and I'm glad that somebody else recognized it. And that's just not feminism. You being mean to people is just not feminism.
No,
Kristen.
Oh, is that the one who was at the center of the controversy yesterday?
The one that has like the flag shirt on and everything.
I don't know. She has like a picture of like what's the girl from the Cosby Show who married Lenny Kravitz?
Oh, Lisa Bonet.
Okay.
Yeah, she has like a picture of her. And so I just was like after today when I got into it with JD, I said, and they was like, I don't know why you sitting here, you never liked us and all this, and I just said it because I don't give a fuck, bitch. I read the fuck out of JD, bitch ass, because she like, well, first they was talking about Nikki, and you already know, like, first off, I'm 42. I'm a bar, but I'm not doing all of that. Like, I'm gonna just say like little stuff like, that's my bitch, she can rap, whatever. But beyond that, like, I know that girl crazy. I know she say stuff, but I don't really get into it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, I don't care. Like, I like her for the rapping. So we in there playing and shit. And what happened with JD is JD got into it with, he used to always just say stuff to her on no, he got into it with Nikki. He used to just say stuff to her like just all the time. And so one day, just randomly, I guess she was bored, she took the retweet, and it was something he said about her. And when I tell you she fried his ass, she retweeted it, and she like must have went through his pictures because she just was cooking his ass. And it was just a long time coming. Like, he just would like, if you go down his old page, he just would go in on her. And JD has said the most horrible shit about Black Americans on this app, call us slaves and all this other shit or whatever. But this is her rebrand or whatever. Yeah. And so, that's her rebrand. But today she was like, yeah, the barbs are stupid or whatever, and cool. But then she can start like being like I guess she was trying to like refer to me. Listen, I'm not passive, I'm aggressive. So I was like, yo, unless you like, if you should invite me up there and say, to my face. And so he was like, yes, you barbs don't have a brain and all that. And I cooked up bitch ass. I was like, you sit up here and talk or like have all this criticism for Black people. You don't live here, man. You live in a whole nother hemisphere. Like, deal with what's going on over there. Like, you have all this criticism. And I was just like, don't play with me. And she just kept saying, this is going to be the problem. I'm just going to tell you now. So she kept saying, well, you're stupid. The girls don't have a brain. I said, my brain works fine. Does yours? And she said, are you referring to my autism? I said, I don't know. Are you? And so she said, my autism. I don't give a fuck. You don't. If you can call me dumb and refer to mental capacity, you forgot that you be telling people you autistic, and that chain swings both ways. So he gonna say my autism affects me in the way that I'm hyper intelligent. I said maybe hyper vigilant, hypersexual, but nothing. There's nothing hyper intelligent about you, sweetie. Nothing. So either you don't have autism or it affects you in a different way. And I was just like, JD, let me explain something to you. This audience, this very fragile audience that, you know, you can say and they'll ooh and ah, I don't give a fuck about them. These bitches will be bleeding from nose and ear once I finish saying all the shit I will say to you. And I won't give a fuck. And I plan to tomorrow.
Oh, ping me in.
Wait a minute, so this was ping me in too, but this was today.
That was early. She got into it like she got into it with oldest, and she just got all this old shit to say.
Because he got into it with Don Gimme on
And Don Gimme fried him. He told that bitch she need a milk bath, an oatmeal bath, because she got eczema.
Wait, what was her issue with Otis?
Who, Don Gimme?
No.
Oh no, he just always calls us old, and he says the old gays have never done anything for the new. Like, he just has all these random critiques. He's just a bitter. To be 30, I've never met a bitch so bitter. But she got the right one. She plays for all these girls, and she never. Bitch, I'm from the
why do you want to be a Gen Z so bad?
Well, her old ass.
To me, I don't understand it.
And you trying to act old.
To be Gen Z is crazy.
And I just thought he was playing. Girl, move around.
I thought they were just playing when we would come in the room, and you know, there would be jokes about our knees and the old people. I mean, we just let it fly because it was just like whatever, you know. I mean, and I thought they were just playing. I didn't realize, you know, that apparently it was actually ageist.
Yes, the girl. Listen, the reason I stayed in there because I wanted to see names and who said what, so nobody can't say, "Why are you saying this to me? I didn't say nothing." I just went, and they like, "Why are you staying in here?" I didn't even say anything. They was, you know, he been wanting to say this. Some girl named It's one bitch in there. I don't know her. But whenever I catch her on a free stage, I'm going to run her off that bitch.
Yeah.
She the doctor. What was her name?
Marty Pants.
Her too. Ooh, she kept saying all this stuff. All them bitches is dumb. And y'all non-binary and Lulu. She kept, and then they was like not too much on Lulu. I'm like, yo, y'all really don't understand what I would do to y'all verbally. I've looked at every picture. I've looked at every Instagram. I don't give a fuck. Y'all keep playing with old people. I'm gonna show you what an old person do. I'm gonna show you exactly what an old man gives.
Like people don't know something. I was in a room. What was it about giving away homes? I just clicked on it by accident. I don't know if y'all seen that room where they always talking about free homes or whatever. And I was, in there, and the dude rings me up, and then he wants to look up where I live and all this other stuff. I said, bro, I'm out of here. I said, I ain't in here trying to sell nothing to nobody. Didn't ask y'all for no money. They're very rude in that room. Very rude to people. They want to dox people. Look up where you live. Ask where you live. Public information. That room, people are mean in there though too. I'm just saying. I don't know if that room was a Republican room. I bet you it is. But those folks in there are very, very mean. They're mean as hell in that room. They treat people like crap. They do.
No. Yeah, people are wild. Just what happened between you and Ion? Because I saw that and I was like, oh my God.
I never like that.
Wait,
I can see right now. I'm gonna be the gay that dumb out there. All the other gays I like. I don't like her.
Oh,
and I have a problem with wild.
Ion is wild.
Wild and stupid.
Yeah, like not like just. I mean.
She was like, I voted for Trump, and I was like, shut up, you bitch. You don't even look like how you sound. Imagine being on here sounding all dainty, and bitch, you a big ass hoongy nigga. Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
Matt, come up here and tell me what you did to Curtis, because that shit yesterday was crazy. The chat was crazy in that room yesterday.
Oh, Matt here. Matt was down there. Yeah, Matt. Is Matt here?
He right there unless he sleep. He might be asleep because he ain't wrote that in the chat.
rooms, bro. Like, and I be chilling. I don't really be saying nothing, but yeah, I'm done now. That's why I waited in the room, because I wanted to see all the people who was talking shit. Y'all bitches don't know me. Because and I wasn't saying anything in the chat. They just going in. And these old geriatric, and I was just going from Instagram to Instagram. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, interesting.
So you got always see.
Yeah, they used to be ugly as shit. Like, man, bitch, you got skincare to worry about.
And I know it was just strange because he was supposedly very supportive of Black women, and then he was a divester, and he would be like, I don't date Black men. My boyfriend is Asian, and he was always saying that, and then it was like, I'm from the Caribbean, and then it was like I'm a Trump supporter, and it was just like his politics are all over the place. It just does not make any sense.
Black men don't date you, Ion. That's the thing. They're like people be, I don't date you, because that's what you don't have the choice to. Like, yeah, of course you did that, Adrian.
I am like 7 feet tall.
Ion was known. He was known for like disrespecting like all Black men. That's what he was known for on the app very, very early on.
When I first came on here, he used to dox people. His name was part of the doxing. Him, Whack, and I like this female when I first came on the app.
That's why she got her ass knocked the fuck out.
Oh.
I just think people should stop playing. Like, Ion be talking all that cash shit. I'm not that kind. I'm a different guy. And I'll just say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, y'all clearly think, well, anyway, the replays are on, so I just won't say anything, but they just be assuming that, because you have a degree or, you have a professional position, that they could just say anything to you, and do anything. And I'm like, no, you really can't, actually.
Well, I let people know. I even said it yesterday. I have a past, so just because I'm professional, that don't mean I don't know how to handle myself.
Listen, that's why I said that you dox me and you go look at my record, it will probably make you want to rethink about playing with me like that. But you go ahead. That is nothing nice, Playboy, and it'll show you that might be what you want to unite. Everybody, what my dad used to always tell me is everybody is not playing. I roast, but I don't really like start with people. Like, I don't just, but what I noticed is that, like, a lot of people start, they want to dox and do stuff. You can't play with everybody like that. You really, really can't.
Yeah. I mean, I do feel bad because I didn't know people's ages. So part of that, I did. Somebody told me, like, they were like, "Oh, you got
they kids," and I'm thinking about the fact when I was their age, I was outside so hard I wouldn't have been on Clubhouse. So y'all lame as fuck. Y'all kids is lame as fuck. Why are you boasting about you being in your fucking 20s and you said nothing
without doing nothing?
Like, please, I wouldn't even know nothing about the Clubhouse if I was when I was in my 20s. Because I was outside so hard. So that
even if you you did, you wouldn't be coming at people sideways. You know what I mean? Just out of the blue.
Especially older people than me. I thought they was cool. Like, I wasn't doing like, oh, you old as shit. Like, I don't remember that. Did y'all do that?
No, I mean, we have great relationships.
Yeah, like all my cousins that was older, like I thought they was the shit. I never like, even now I don't be like, I mean, I'll be maybe like, what's up, old head or some shit like that, but I never will be like, you a geriatric, like, I'm trying to get where you got.
No, the elders are the bomb. I mean, it's just like people, they're just crazy. I mean, but I
think you know you're too old for that shit. That's what I say. Because they be too old for the shit that they do. But outside of that, like, you know, I don't have no problem with people being older.
But I tried to be.
And I don't know why, like, Ion, he just came in. I could tell that y'all had old school beef because he just came right in and started calling you the F word. And I was just like, what is going on, Ion?
Because I like years ago, I heard him talking. I just think you're just trash. Like, you're not funny. You're corny. You come in and you like, I just hate her. She just the fucking worst. And I'll also just slap the shit out of you. So, like, shut up when I'm around. For real. That's just how I feel about him. And then you come in and talk about I voted for Trump. You sound so fucking dumb. A big sour sissy talking about you voted for Trump and you got an Asian boyfriend. Good luck, bitch. Good luck making it through the next 4 years. Congratulations, you're fucked. I just don't like, and then you think you ate it up. He was like, I got a man. We got you though. Cause you be on here a lot to have a man. Always in some girl's business, always keeping. I don't like no motherfucking punk like that. I just never been. I don't like that. Then the rooms, you guys need to divest. Bro, stop telling girls what to do. You divest.
Yeah, it was really, he got confronted, you know, and then he was like, yeah, you know, they did tell me I was, you know, I had never seen myself as attacking black men. I'm like, what? What do you mean? That's all you were doing.
He cringy, bro. Like, I just, like, he's embarrassing. I wish he wasn't gay. Or, like, you know, claim something else, like, cause I should go get Don Gimme again. Cause when I tell you he fried JD ass.
What?
Yo, he does. I mean, as soon as he came in the room, he just started cooking. Was you in there, Brooklyn?
And she was like, well, so he's saying that, and I was like, damn. One thing about Don Gimme, he's gonna fight. He's gonna pull up. So.
And what's their history?
I mean, JB is.
That's what you don't want to fuck around and find out with.
Yeah, well, you think Don Gimme, you think Matt, like that type vibes. But he worse than me and Matt. But JD is just, when I first got on this app, this girl was on here terrorizing, just doing all of this stuff. Now I guess she revamped it, you know. But I will go get all them girls from the hood gay side, and they will really put JD on the grill. For real. I know bitches that really want to read JD real bad.
And Don Gimme is like a reader extraordinaire. Don Gimme is also one of the best fundraisers on Clubhouse, low key. I don't know if people know that.
I know he made a diss song about somebody one time. That shit was funny as fuck.
But no, he would be on.
He got bars now. I ain't even look like that.
Yeah, that song is a good
But he got bars.
In Brooklyn, he came in there and said, he said, OJD, look, if it isn't the bitch who needs an oatmeal bath. I said, wait, why did he say that damn? And they just started, he's like, oh.
He be having me rolling.
Oatmeal bath is crazy.
Not that be in the room laughing.
For your opening statement, bro. Like, I was like, whoa, what happened?
You guys talking about that room from yesterday? Or the day before?
It was like a couple days ago.
Yeah, a good amount of people was in there. You were in there too.
It was, what's his name, bro? What's that boy name?
I was in the group.
What's his name? You know, what's that boy name? The other gay boy. It was his room. That nigga who room it was. Because I can't. I don't know. It was Crown. It was Crown room.
Whose room?
Crown. And Crown room is where Don Gibby and JB got into it.
Oh, they got into it again.
Oh, okay.
Because, you know, they got into it one time and they were saying a whole bunch of shit. I really couldn't keep up.
Did JD say something negative about me that day?
Yes, I mean, just like the same thing he was saying about Sonny, like, you know, these old women, they just, and I was like, yo, why are you, and then that day when you came in, did he put you out?
No, I left. And then he was writing me in the back channel begging me to come back in. So I came back in, and then he went and put West African Girl down, you know, and then was like thinking that we were just going to stop. And I was like, I ain't stopping for nothing. Like, you know, you can't talk to me any old kind of way.
I think that's one of the only ones that's been actually cool. I think, but I kind of get them mixed up.
Yeah, they can be, and trust me, she can turn real shady real quick.
So kind of. But
I think with library card though, that was a shocker.
What'd you say?
Yeah. Wasn't you also wasn't library card kind of like in it a little bit or no?
Yeah, because she decided to come off the mic and she asked me something, but see, I had already experienced her shade 2 other times in the past, and I was like patient and forgiving about those times. You see what I'm saying? Like the last time, I was pressing her a little bit, and I was like, you know, what's so funny about the library card? Because somebody, I don't even remember like all the details, but somebody said something about me, and she openly laughed, like off her mic, and kept laughing. You know what I mean? And so she didn't say it, but and it was something like real degrading. I just don't remember, because I'm sure I could. I don't know. I would have to think long and hard about it.
She's done that to me too, though. But,
you see what I mean? And then so I was like, what's so funny? You know what I mean? Because previously she had gotten offended by something like it, and it was like I just know I've never done anything to her. I know that she must have thought that I did or something like that, and I had to like clarify. And so it's just kind of like, you know how like when you think, you know, everything is fine, and then all of a sudden somebody does something else real shady, and you're like, okay, I'm not gonna dwell on this, but I'm peeping it. And then finally I just said something, and she was like, I mean, I laughed because it was funny. But like the laughter, I mean, y'all already, you know how it is. Like it's meant to like support what the person was saying. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, you know, when you're like, we just moved some stuff over in the past. Like, so why would you even go there? You know, type thing. So I just noticed that shady behavior. Yeah. So that's why, so I forget. I think she tried to say something in the room, and she was like, so I want everybody to be clear. She was like, you know, she said that he was mad because that he was getting bullied by the gays
because the gays responded to him saying something homophobic, something like that. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. That's what I'm saying. Once again, I wasn't fucking there. You know what I mean? I'm relaying what the messaging apparently was, and why he got mad. And the whole point was like he felt like he was getting piled on, and everybody was telling him, "You better apologize. You better apologize." Y'all know what that's like. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, even if he was in the wrong, it made him not want to apologize, if that makes any sense.
But to me, asking people like for an apology, look, say something back to him and move the fuck on. I just didn't understand the whole like this person is home, like the fake shock. Like, okay, like all right, like I mean, maybe that's just me, but so like okay.
And you talk about a 5%er from New York. And
yeah,
you know
what the fuck
like,
you expect?
Who has also been in prison. And I've had conversations with him, and he was just like, "Yo, Dr. Goddess, listen, Dr." I mean, you know how he talks.
I mean, he's ignorant. I talked to him, but when we talked, he wasn't really disrespectful. He was a little bit, but then I just started roasting him, and like, this is the normal reaction that I get. They'll either start laughing, be like, "Yo, you crazy," or like, bro. You're not changing nobody from being homophobic by complaining. I just don't think like and these people are home, like it just is such a like white person's take on stuff to me, and I just feel like it's whitey. Like I just
like he's the type of person. Like I feel like because where me and Otis were disagreeing is he felt like because he played that song, he wishes death upon gay people. And I was like, no, he doesn't. And I was like, that's just really untrue. And I was like, I felt like the reaction was petty. You know what I mean? But I just felt like he was trying to return petty for petty. And y'all seem to apparently be missing that. And I was like, I've really, really talked to him. And I was like, and he's somebody that's just like live and let live. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, he's just not, he basically was explaining that even when he was in prison, he was just like, he saw people, they were doing their thing. And he was like, he's not into like gay bashing people. He's not into, you know what I mean? Like, just, he's not the type of person that's going to get violent because you're gay. Like, it's just, and I was like, and I don't think that you should paint him that way, even though I also believe that what he did was insensitive and wrong. Like, I was like,
what's his name? What's that guy? What's the guy from New York named Brooklyn? That with the long locks, the fat boy. Starscream.
Starscream. I call him
Starscream. Yeah. He did the same thing, like he played it or whatever. Like played one of them songs or whatever. It took me a minute to even like catch what it was. I don't give a fuck. Like, so, bitch, you ugly. Like, I don't think that way. I'm not no fucking victim. And now, if somebody putting their hands on you, bullying you and shit, but bitch, you can't bully me over no fucking app. Sorry.
I don't think I know Ratu and Rocco. We alright. I don't see. I see about the Woman King, and he gave his take and felt as if the depiction of the gay character was inaccurate, and they debated on that. And I guess it, kind of went left. How them conversations go. It went left, and then he said some more shit and did some more shit, and now everybody he homophobic and everybody beefing, but y'all was all in conversation with each other before that.
And he could be homophobic, but handle it with him. Like, how you gonna press a girl? Yeah, about what he said. Like, she didn't write the fucking script. Like, I mean, say something to him. Or like, and then I was telling them like, look, I'll say something to them. If y'all don't want to like, I'll roast them. Like, what is going on here? Like, what are we raising? Like, man up. Like, stand up. Fuck. So he said something gay, and now y'all gonna, oh my God, what are we ever gonna do? Y'all read this bitch.
And I feel like, look, my record on here is solid. I have windmilled for my friends because, I mean, you're not going to be harassing gay people on my stage. It's just not going to happen. I might miss some shit. Sometimes I might have been asleep or whatever. You know what I mean? Like whatever. But like, and like just said, I mean, don't say something homophobic and then want civility right after, because you ain't getting civility. You know what I mean? If you came, like in the Black community, we call that fighting words. Fighting words. Mm-hmm. That's what you just did. So if somebody gonna roast you or they gonna tell you off, then that's what's gonna happen. Don't come crying to me and being like, Dr. Goddess, just said, and I said, yeah, so he roasted your ass, and now it's time to move on. You thought it was fine to call out him being gay. We weren't even talking anything about sexuality. So if you did that, then yes, I am absolutely going to give him the opportunity to roast your ass.
Yeah, I just don't believe in getting other people in it, especially if you ain't never did nothing to me. Like, there's been times where, people have said things I definitely didn't agree with what was said, but it also was not said to me. So I don't know. Like, I'm not, look, unless you my dog like that, like, I'm not coming to you know what I'm saying? Especially if you can handle your own shit, handle it. I'm not nobody's savior, you know what I mean? Like, I just can't. I can't be doing that. Ain't nobody saving me from nothing.
Yeah, and that's why these FBAs, the thug bully and bullets and shit like that, that's why they be mad. They want to just perpetuate their bullshit and think that somebody's going to be like a victim. And I'm like, no, I mean, I'm a swing back. But it got to the point where, you had whole communities just lying on me and circulating. I was like, see, it's to the point where, like, it's getting a little dangerous because we know, first of all, I'm outside. Like, I'm really, really outside. And there are things that people can do to track where I'm going, where I'm going to be speaking or whatever. And that's what I started getting nervous about is I frequent Chicago. I frequent Atlanta. You know what I mean? Like, there's just different places. And I'm like, y'all, like, stop. First of all, stop lying on me. Second of all, stop threatening me. That was kind of like my two things. And, normally I wouldn't really care about getting lied on, but the lies were fueling the threats. And it just got worse and worse. To the point where literally I had to call people, you know what I mean, in Chicago and be like, look, I don't know if you know this person, but this person is threatening me. And I'm not even the only person that they threatened. It's just that I'm outside. You know what I mean? So they have and now, like, when I bring it up, if they're ever on the app or whatever, they'll be like, I ain't threatening you, Dr. God. It's like, stop fucking lying. Like now that you out of pocket for doing it, now I guess somebody, you must have a little bit of shame or whatever it is, and now you want to deny it. But like, no, it was really happening and frequently. And so it just got to the point where that's why I really appreciate Rob Warren and Mud. He's fucking trash. And that's why I'm just like, Dr. Library Card, you I mean, I'm not judging people because, if I really wanted to go in, I could say the same thing about Goat. I could, whoever hangs with him and keeps propping him up. But, like, he is pure trash. He is a hateful person, period. You know what I mean? And he's also just a loser. And I'm not saying that he's not even the person. He's not somebody that threatened me. But he is somebody that continuously, every day, kept perpetuating lies against me and fueled the threats. And of course, when they threatened me, it's not like he was like, "Hey, y'all need to calm down." He didn't say shit. So that's why he and I, we not going to ever get along. Because I don't respect somebody like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're going around talking about who somebody hangs with, you know what I mean? Because that's apparently the standard now. You know, modding a room together or being in a room together and talking with them on the app, then I could make a number of different accusations, right? Like, you know, if that's the standard, then you're falling beneath your own standard. But I don't have that standard for people. I'm just like, you know, it's whatever. But since we're going to talk about this, then let's talk about it.
Yeah, I couldn't say something earlier because, you know, my work. When I was in my 20s, my teenage years and 20s, I don't even know. I mean, we didn't have internet like that, but if they did, I wouldn't be on here like that. You crazy? I'd be outside doing my thing. These fucking kids is crazy to me. And they're awkward. Yeah, they're very awkward. Very.
And they don't know how to handle confrontation.
No, they don't.
And I don't mean like fighting, but you gotta learn how to like speak up for yourself. Especially to me, you know, if you are like a alternate, like if you gay or whatever you got, niggas speak up for yourself. Because that's the only way, you know, you're gonna get respect. Don't, you know, whining about anything. I feel the same way about being black or whatever, you know, other, you know, thing is considered a marginalization. You gotta, all that whining and shit ain't gonna get you nowhere.
Listen, just I get a lot of girlies don't be liking me because I'm the one that be saying that I'm sick of y'all always fucking crying about fucking you know how they be crying and talking about femicide and all that shit. And granted, it's happening, but are you gonna cry when when the nigga pull up on you? Or are you gonna fight him? Are y'all gonna keep crying about how dangerous men are? You gonna be dangerous, sir?
And it'd be crazy because you don't want to sound insensitive. Because like I do care about issues, but
me too. But
I just feel like,
I don't want you to be the victim of everything. Like,
I just can't be no victim.
And do something about it. Like, you gotta do something about it. Period. That's how I feel.
And doing something about it is not like, oh my God, can you believe this? Acting like a white lady.
Right.
Like, I just don't be understanding that. Like, I am appalled. Okay, so what? They don't give a fuck.
And that not everybody is even young. Like Mark Carter, he is like, for me, public enemy number one. You know, he is the Mark Carter. He's the one that was like begging Trump to come to Chicago. You know, he's like King Turner. Yeah, I mean, he was the main person threatening me on the app. And, you know, he used to brag all the time about how him and some other guys beat up this gay Black Lives Matter activist who was leading a march. And he was real fucking proud of it. I used to cuss him out at just even about that alone.
Then he got a gay daughter.
That's what I'm saying. So when I found that out, I said, you are just a complete terrible person. I said, you are trash. Your own daughter, you know what I mean, is gay, and you're gonna sit up there and brag about, you know, beating somebody down, you know, because and she might have been butch, because it was just like, you know, he was just like real proud of it. I was like, you're disgusting, like, you know. And he's like, you know, I mean, we did the same thing. Like, listen, you're not gonna come here and run that mouth. Do the same thing to you. You did, you know. And I went ballistic. He threatened me several times.
I don't wonder if that's that same dude. He was like, well, because if it was up to me, you wouldn't be here. I said, bitch, you have a hard time getting me up out this motherfucker. I guarantee you that.
And come to find out, this dude is like 5'2", you know, he's just a terrible fucking person. Like a lot of them, they moved to Twitter, and I'm so glad. That's the only reason why we're not on here, like still beefing. But like, if you think about the Essence Festival and how the discussions have been on this app, it was just like that, just times 10. And they're just crazy. They're just illogical, just terrible fucking people, xenophobes, um, homophobic, violent, and just terrible people. Like, I'm just like, y'all are who raised y'all? Like, what is going on? Like, even in the black community, like, yeah, like even in the black community, like, haven't y'all learned? You just, even if you are homophobic, you just leave people alone. How about that? Like, that's a very basic tenet. You don't have to be in their lives. You don't have to know the details about their sex life. Where is the just leave people alone clause in the black community?
And then what happens when you meet the right gay person? Like, what happens then? I've seen that happen just way too many times. Living in New York and Atlanta, that just shit just don't fly. Like, some of these gay boys throw them. So you just got to be careful.
Yeah, I'd rather not even. Yeah, people do more than throwing. You get the right one on the wrong day, and it's over for you. Yep, it's not even that serious.
And they also have only one conception of what they think a black gay male looks like. And I'm
that's always a sad part. That's how I don't know if you heard about that. They beat this straight man up on Lenox Road. It was probably like 3 or 4 months ago, because he was throwing shit at this gay boy, like walking by him throwing shit, and the gay boy was walking to meet some other people, and I guess he felt them throwing the stuff, and he just kept on walking because the boy was following him, and he kind of lured him. And when he walked in the complex, the boy followed him, and he said 2 other boys jumped out and fucked him up.
Good.
You gotta leave people alone, man. Like, everybody ain't with that shit.
Did y'all hear about the black man who was riding his bike over one particular bridge, and he got harassed by these 3 white guys, and like he ended up getting knocked off his bike, and it was like he was willing to fight kind of one person, but they of course just only just tried to jump him, and he ended up getting away. He went home, and this is in Mississippi. He went home, he got his gun, and then he continued to bike ride, but he just went to another bridge, just to kind of avoid any confrontation whatsoever. Do you know they found him and kept fucking with him, and he ended up shooting one of the guys, and the guys, he didn't die or anything, but like, they all got arrested. Now, like, it's going to be like a whole case. But it's just like,
they don't try to charge him. But that's what they are.
So this conversation is about like homophobic and gay dudes on the app.
Well, yeah. I just mentioned that because Just said you're gonna meet the right person one day, but yeah. I mean, it's
I know Gap and Brooklyn know about them New York gays.
Yeah,
boys was not playing
me too. I'm from New York.
Them boys is not playing like that. You get some buck 50s real quick.
Cousin is one of them, child. Listen, he is off the chain. He online, setting it on people every day, and he's a millennial. He ain't even young. He like 34 or some shit, but he is off the chain.
Look, they got a gay gang here called the So Coinsies, and they all dress like super feminine. They be murking niggas. Like, they really be beating niggas the fuck up for real, and then like be recording it and like putting it on YouTube. And so I be telling people, like, You know, they be like beat this nigga up in some Fendi, like that's how they be like on the thing, and niggas be embarrassed, and they done got like 2 or 3 like known like niggas out here, and it just ain't worth it, bro. I don't even want to get beat up by them niggas. Like I like just now you done got whooped, and you online. I'm gonna find their page, Brooklyn. It's so funny. They got like
you know what killed me about those type of gay guys? They always ready to pop off. They always oh yeah, they are on the train, and they always have something to say. And like, yeah, I don't like to back and forth. And then you know when they hear my accent, they figure because I'm not homophobic, so I'm over that. I'm too old for all that bullshit, and I'm over it. I'm one of them Jamaican, and I'm over that shit. So you know when they hear it, so I don't like to do too much backing and forth because I don't like to argue. So I will say something to shut them up real quick. Gay, those not gay men like just those type of gay dudes, yo, they like women that always have to have like the last word. So when they say stuff, I walk them out. I don't have time for that shit because I'll kill you. So I'll leave them alone. I don't mess with gay people like that.
some of them you would have to like you would really like. I got a homeboy named Frank. He got shot in his chest outside the Walmart, but that's because, and I understand. It happened in Virginia. Okay. But he was explaining to me, and I was like, "You really don't have to," because I already know how it went, and I know why he's like this because niggas made it hard for him. You know what I'm saying? Like but you get into it with that man. Oh, you're gonna have to knock his teeth. You're gonna have to make him physically shut up or get in your car and drive away because he's not going. Like he just is not, and it'd be like a chip on some dude's shoulder. And I get why they got it, but I just be hearing how some dudes talk about how they gonna do some straight niggas, and then I be knowing some gay niggas, and I be like,
well, that happened to me though at work one time when I was in college. I worked at this call center, and down here the gays work at the call center. That's where they work at. And I don't know what happened. I really don't even remember what happened, but the boy thought I wasn't gonna fight him. He had the right one to me because I was like, he was bigger than me and everything, but I didn't give a fuck. Like he thought he was all in my face talking shit. I got my little ass up and was ready. Because one thing about me is all these things around is death and cheers, and I'll bite you. Don't play with me, okay? But yeah, I done been in them situations too before, and I just had to be like, I don't like to argue with nobody in public. I don't fuck with the gays like that. I don't even be arguing with them at all. I just like, you got it.
Yeah, them niggas be big too,
You won.
I never had a fight with a girl. I never had a fight with a girl except one. This girl named Danielle, but I was young, and she like just pushed me out the line, like just like kind of punched me in my face. And my mom was like, don't hit girls. So when I came home, my mom was like, what happened to you? Like, why is your asshole shut? And I was like, well, this girl named Danielle punched me in my eye and, broke me in line. She like, you ain't do nothing back? And I'm like, no, because you said don't hit girls. And then my mom was like, don't let no girl beat you up. So my godmother had pulled me to the side and she was like, what Danielle look like? And I told her, she big. She was like, she bigger than you? And I was like, yeah. She was like, when you see tomorrow, when you get in class tomorrow and you see Danielle, you knock the shit out of her. She was like,
I wouldn't let nobody tell me either.
And she said, you don't stop till she fall on the floor. And that's what I did. I
got to be sitting on top of something. Shit, for real.
My teacher was like, "Now, why would you hit that girl?" I was like, my godmother told me to do it.
Well, my grandmother always told me to keep my hands to myself, and if somebody hit me, if anybody hit me for no reason, get their ass back. So that goes for anybody, age, color, fucking creed. I don't care. It's like automatic. It's like in my mind, it's my reflexes. Like I'm gonna hit you back, even if I ain't intend to. Right then and there, if you hit me, that's all you ever get. Like you ever been to like a haunted house, and you know how to. Why you done got kicked out? I got kicked out of one too.
For pushing for grabbing this man with the, cause he had the chainsaw, and I didn't know they don't have chains in them. And he kept coming close to me, and I just kept saying, you know, I don't like that. And I was like, stop, man. He like ran at me. Dink. Don't play with me. They put me up out of there.
One of them fuckers grabbed me. I think I'm the reason why they changed the rules. Like they can't touch you. Cause one of them niggas grabbed me, and I'm like crazy. It was retarded. They kicked me out the whole place. Shit was crazy. Like, don't touch me. I'm not. Don't do that, please.
Yeah, please don't touch me. That's one thing that's gonna get me nervous every time. Or like you start putting your hands like near or around my face. I'm probably gonna hit you first.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
That just makes me real nervous when you have your hands near my face. Like, I don't like that.
If you hit somebody, they gonna learn to leave you alone. Cause I know when I got bigger and stronger, and folks used to pick on me when I was a kid and skinny, all that stuff changed. People stopped picking on me when I started beating them up. They left me alone. I didn't go looking for trouble, but I got tired of people picking on me and making fun of me. And I learned how to fight, and all that stuff came to an end. People left me alone because I don't play with people. I'm done with people, you know, thinking they can put their hands on you and then you're not gonna do nothing. Like I told a woman that hit me, good luck, because I knocked her straight in her head and she went sleep. I don't play that. Don't hit me and then don't think I'm not gonna hit you back. And I'm sitting down and you trying to hit me, and I'm sitting down, not doing nothing to you. And that's, for me personally, that's why I don't live with a lot of women. All women mean no, but a lot of them are very mean to me, and some dudes, but generally I live with a man because my temper does not allow me to live with a lot of females because they don't know how to treat people with any kind of respect. I've had women call me stupid, you know, tell me they're gonna hurt me. I'm like, no. I've had a man tell me the same thing, and it's like, nah, I just like, nah, I'm good. I lived in a house with a bunch of women, and I just couldn't deal with that. I left in the middle of the night and never came back. Moved in with a man and never looked back. I couldn't do that because it was always arguing. I couldn't do that. I had to go.
Well, I've never been the type to start shit. I talk shit. Yeah, I talk shit. Big shit, buku shit. People be like, oh, they be wanting to fight me from the shit that I say. But I've never been the type of person that believe that words warranted physical touch. And so if you touch me based on some shit that I say, your consequences are really going to be hard. I'm telling you, because I'm little. Like, keep this in mind. And I've always been. And I don't fight shit. I don't believe in a fair fight. I don't even know what that is. So I've never had a problem with people that were bigger than me. I never gave a fuck.
I never will.
Not probably not like there.
I don't even. What is that? What is a fair fight? What's that?
Ain't nobody fighting here in Texas.
Let me tell y'all this quick story, and then I gotta go to bed. This it's a little kid that my neighbor, her son, he's like the coolest kid, man. She said he's autistic, but I think he's like high functioning or whatever, cause I don't really, he's kind of like nerdy, but that's all. But anyway, so she always, like, he plays outside. She always be like, can you, just look out there every now and then. And it's two little other kids that he plays with, and I noticed they don't really be playing with him. They kind of like exclude him. He'll be standing around, they be kicking the ball and stuff, and then sometimes they'll be arguing, but it's kids, so I never really got in it. But the other day I was in here and somebody like yelling, but I didn't really think nothing about it. And then I just kept hearing it. So I went to the so I went to the window. The boy, my neighbor's son, the little boy, he got a little fat Mexican boy. He had him bent over this car hood. When I tell you, bang, bang, boom, bam, and the boy just arms flailing or whatever. So I said, I'm gonna go down here and try to peel. Like if they're not fighting when I get down here, I'm gonna just leave it alone and go back upstairs. Man, when I got down here, he was still rocking that boy shit. I mean, still had him bent over this car hood, beating the boy up. So when I went over there to break it up, man, if y'all could have seen this boy face, you remember the episode of Martin when he fought Tommy Hearns, and he was like real lumped up.
Yeah.
That's how the little boy face looked.
Oh no.
It looks so bad. And so when I seen it, I was like, ooh, like it scared me. And so I said, what happened? He was like, I told him to leave me alone a lot of times. And this little boy mom came outside and she just instantly started crying like, what happened? What? Like he beat the lights out of that boy. And like maybe a day or two ago, I was coming in and the little boy was outside playing. Ooh. I wanted to tell him, yeah, you need to go back inside because you need to let that heal up some more. He looked like somebody ran over his head with a car. Head just swole. So that's my lesson. You gotta leave you and the kids. I said, damn, you pack a punch. How did you do this to this boy's face?
Yeah, you gotta be careful. You're so quick. You never know. You just never know.
His mom was at, I said, I don't know how it happened. She said, they said he had him pushed back over the hood. I was like, he did.
Was you proud that he a little fan?
I was just like, you can't be doing stuff like that. But he like, he was like, I even told his mom.
But you was secretly like, yeah.
I mean, once he told me the case, he said, look, my man said he told everybody, he told all the proper people, and ain't nobody do nothing. And he was like, my mom said I should take things into my own hands when no one helps me. And I was like, well, no, hey.
They thought he was somebody to play with.
They thought my man was they thought he was Urkel, but he turned into Steph, motherfucking Mike Tyson.
And I'm proud of him too. Like, he'll be picking my head like rubber child.
Bro, you just imagine trying not to laugh. When I seen that little boy head, I said, man, what?
I bet you didn't make him now.
I had to look. I was like, did this nigga have on like some brass knuckles? Nope, just hands.
I thought I could see it.
Until
I was 444.
Wow. We got the bed.
See you guys later. I gotta start working. So I'm at work.
Yes. All right. Good night, John.
Yeah. I'm gonna boom the room.
They're still using.
You're Patty? All right.
Yeah.
See you guys later. Have a good day. All of you.
Are you still on music? I'm about to boom it if y'all ain't. It's fine.